Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of USA Powerlifting Raw National Championships in beautiful Chicago, Lombard, Illinois at the Westin Lombard Hotel. My name is Nick Stevens, and I'm joined by my excellent co-host,
Kevin Serrano.
and we're going to be giving you all the action today for the beginning of our Raw National Championships. Past couple of days here out in Lombard, we've had our Masters National Championships. We've had an excellent past couple of days of lifting. Today is going to be the beginning of our Raw Open National Championships. So all the rest of our lifters that are not competing in an age group or age division. And then on platforms 3 and 4, if you want to tune in over there, we've got our youth lifters competing as well.
Yeah, so our youth lifters go from ages 8 to 14. So just figure that if you've seen lifters who are in the Masters division as old as 80, now we got lifters as young as 8. So, I mean, it just kind of goes to show the longevity and the diversity that this sport brings onto the platform.
That's right, and we are just a few short moments away from getting started with our competition here. Again, this is USA Raw Nationals presented by A7, Demand Greatness. And it looks like we are about to kickstart the action here on both platforms 1 and 2. For the folks at home, Kevin and I are going to be giving you all the best view of the action that we see on the platform. All of the best calls, techniques, opinions. And if you guys are... Oh, go ahead.
And we hear Gino on the mic. We're hearing the bars are loaded as our lifters on platforms 1 and 2 step on and ready to hit their opening squat.
That's right. And if you guys want to follow along with us to see all of the attempts as they come in and want to see what all of our lifters are doing on the platform, check out www.liftingcast.com/meets. Scroll down to USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 1, or Youth and Raw Nationals Day 1, excuse me. You can tune in to see all of the live attempts as we see them on our end.
That was a good attempt on platforms 1 and 2. We got Isabel, fellow Illinois lifter, on platform 1, and Narissa on platform 2 at 105 kilos for an opening squat.
And for the folks at home, if this is your first time watching through a powerlifting meet, welcome. Kevin and I are going to be giving you all the best action that we can and the best information that we can related to the action on the screen. So Narissa Sullivan on platform 2. Very solid opener there at 105 kilos. And Isabel Strahler on 1. 72.5 kilos for her opener. That's about 159 pounds, 3 white lights. All of our powerlifters today coming up to the platform are going to do 3 attempts of the squat. We're going to be obviously increasing weight as we go. Once we get through this flight of lifters, this group of lifters, we have 2 more groups after that. 10-minute break into bench, same thing, and then we'll run it back for the deadlift.
And again, we'd like to emphasize that this is nationals. This is a national championship, so our lifters, every single lifter competing in this platform, had to qualify at a state or regional championship in order to get to this point. So all of these lifters are experienced, they've been here before, and are now showcasing their talents, their hard work on the national platform.
Juliana on 1, Jessica on 2. Very solid opener for Juliana there. She does get 2 white lights, which is all you need in powerlifting. You have 3 judges, in this case 3 national level referees on each corner of the platform, and they're watching for any number of infractions that we'll get into throughout the stream today. But as the lifter completes the lift, you'll see 3 squares pop up on the screen. You'll see either white squares with a check mark or red squares with an X. That would indicate whether or not it's a good or bad lift. All you need in this sport is 2 to 1.
We got both lifters setting the footing there, getting their squat commands. And speaking about commands, our lifters in a squat have to adhere to 2 commands that are given by our chief referee standing directly in front of the lifter. There is the squat command, so after the lifter unracks the bar, sets their feet and stands fully upright with their knees locked. They'll get that squat command. They'll lower down into the squat position, hit depth, come right back up, and then stand fully upright again with their knees locked and get that final rack command and complete their lift.
Here's Amy Maldonado on platform 1.
She's a fellow lifter out of Illinois, Chicagoland area. Very smooth lift on both 1 and 2.
3 white lights across the board there. And then 2-to-1, 2-to-1 call for depth from that center judge on platform 1. Still a good lift there.
And the depth standard in powerlifting is our referees are making sure lifters, when they squat to depth, that their hip crease goes below the top surface of the knee. That is the standardized rule set in place by USA Powerlifting as far as what depth looks like. So that's what our lifters need to achieve here in the squat in order to hit a successful lift. Again, you just need 2-to-1, so 2 white lights is good enough.
Here's Andrea Serna on platform 2. 115-kilo opener. She's actually my teammate, coached by Rob Escalante of Escalade Strength out of Texas.
And she's also from Illinois, so.
Coming up right behind Andre is Delaney Sousley, living legend herself.
Yeah,
Delaney Sousley, one of the most decorated and the youngest lifters, one of the youngest and most decorated lifters in the sport of powerlifting, active powerlifters in the sport of powerlifting. She's competed in multiple national championships, just came back from IDFPA Worlds, coming off of a collegiate nationals win.
And if you notice in her division in LiftingCast, she is registered both in the Women's Raw Open and Women's Raw Junior. So she is currently 21 years of age, but competing with the open lifters as well.
Rocking that super sick A7 Team USA singlet. Carla Linares on 1, easy opener for her. Strong squat there from Delaney. And that's one of the first times I've ever seen Delaney get a red light on any of her calls. She did get a depth call from the side referee. 2-to-1, still a good lift. Still a strong squat from the national champion. And we're already back to the top of the lineup here on platform 2. Fairly short flight.
Yeah, on platform 2 is featuring all of our women's 48-kilo lifters in the open division.
Here's Emma Lance on 1, 242 pounds for her opening attempt. And Khadijah on platform 2 with 237 pounds. Very strong second attempt.
And she picks up 7.5 kilos, 3 white lights.
And that's going to be a no lift there on platform 1 for Emma Lance. She unfortunately did get a depth call across the board. So if you're looking at the screen, folks, you see the red X's when the lift comes up and you see the red bar underneath that. That's going to indicate that the referees saw the squat was high. They did not meet depth. If you see a red X and there's a blue line underneath that, that could mean that there was some up and downward motion, soft lockout of the knees, any double bouncing at the bottom. So say the lifter goes down to the bottom of the squat and bounces to get back up to stand up. All of those are considered blue lights. Then there's a lot of other infractions that are considered yellow cards. So that's if the feet move, the hands move, they miss a command, all that good stuff. Stephanie Canola on platform 1, taking a national record attempt for her opener at 128 kilos, 282 pounds. Two to one, that is a good lift for an opening national record. Stephanie Canola, 2 white lights.
So she's currently lifting in the 44-kilo weight class. So she is 96 pounds body weight is what she weighed in at, squatting just shy of 300 pounds.
Insane. Here's Ashley Lopez, platform 1, taking 137.5. 303 pounds, already breaking into the 300-pound barrier over on platform 1.
Also coming from a quick turnaround at Collegiate Nationals in New Orleans this past April, representing Midland University out in Fremont, Nebraska.
Strong opener there for Ashley. She didn't look like she was too happy with that. A little shake of the head as she stood up there. It was still a very strong squat. I think she might have thought it was just a little bit slow for an opener, and that's a very valid take. You don't want that opener to be slow, right?
Mm-hmm. And again, she is in a tough battle with Delaney, both juniors and both registered in that open division. It's going to be very interesting watching Delaney and Ashley compete head-to-head despite being on different platforms. And that's one key thing to recognize here at Raw Nationals is that there are 4 individual platforms going simultaneously. So if you have a division, as we'll see later this afternoon and for the rest of the championship, that spans and spills over into other platforms, not only are you going to have to watch your own platform in flight, but you're going to have to be looking at the other screen next to you. And it makes it really hard on the coaching staff in having to multitask and keep track of multiple lifts and platforms going on at the same time. It just adds another layer of complexity to the coaching going into an event like this.
Isabel on 1, Ismail on 2. Isabel's got 176 loaded. Isabel has 259. She stands it up a little bit slower, but we do kind of want to see that as we get into the second attempt. We're adding weight on the bar, but we don't want to add so much weight that we staple ourselves going into our third attempt. Hit the sticking point pretty easily there, but came out of it just as easily. 3 white lights. Here's Andrea on platform 2. She's in our 48-kilo weight class. Squatting well over 200. Squatting 270 pounds. Almost 3 times her body weight.
And again, had a bit of a hip shift there during the sticking point, but gets 1 red light for depth, but still a good lift for Andrea Serna. And up next, Delaney Sousley on platform 2, 140 kilos. We're already over 300 pounds. 308 to be exact. And what a speedy second attempt by Juliana Villanueva on platform 1. 3 white lights.
Bar is loaded now. Delaney Sousley, 308 pounds for the 48-kilo lifter. Bar's loaded now for McKenna as well. Taking her second attempt, 2.5 kilos up from her opener. No belt, can always respect it. Strong squat there for Delaney, a little bit slower than I believe she's used to, but that is going to be a no lift as well. She got 2-1 no lift from either side judge. Now, Delaney, someone who's already in that top running, already kind of the favorite for the win. What do you think that does for her chances, especially as the other 48s are coming to try to snipe that spot?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at what Ashley Lopez has put in for her second attempt, she has 142.5. So if Ashley is successful with this lift and Delaney ends up retaking 140 kilos, Ashley Lopez will be leading her by only 2.5 kilos. So, I mean, it just kind of opens up the door for lifters who are tied in total, similar to what Delaney has put in. So, again, it's just really interesting to watch and seeing how a missed second attempt really shakes things up. A very smooth and consistent second attempt for Amy Maldonado here. Gets a 2-1 no lift on depth from the center and left referee. Both referees called her on depth. And Narissa with a 3 white light lift, already kicking us off in the third attempt. Squats on platform 2. Got Khadija, 112.5 kilos.
Stands up that third attempt, and that's going to be a no lift, unfortunately, on depth. On depth, 3 red lights from across all 3 of our referees there. So far, all of our lifters on platforms 1 and 2, at least in this flight, are on the board. They have all made at least 1 attempt of their squats. Morgan on platform 2 going up 2.5 kilos to her third attempt, 253 pounds. Bars loaded for Carla on platform 1. Morgan gets the squat command. 253, finding the energy to stand it up, and she does, walks it in.
And a
Good
very
lift for
smooth
her.
second there on 1 for Carla. Gets a red light on depth from the front, but still a good lift. Both side referees thought that lift was deep enough. So Emma Lance will be retaking 110 kilos, which was her opening attempt weight, and honestly a smart decision here. Emma Lance missed her opening attempt on depth, got all 3 reds for that lift, so very smart call there to just retake the weight, get a little bit deeper, and get it on the board.
Yining Mao missed that second attempt, still elected to go up 2.5 kilos, and did miss that as well on depth, 2-1. Emma Lance on the board now, did miss that opener on depth, on the board 2-1. Did elect to keep the same weight on the bar, which is, in my opinion, always a smarter decision. If you miss that attempt, especially if it's the opener, and if it's anything technique-wise, even if it's strength, take the same weight. You do not want to risk going up and missing.
Absolutely. And again, Emma still needs to be a little bit more cautious. She did get 1 red light from the side. Still a good lift, but just needs to be a little bit more cautious as she goes into the third attempt. Stephanie Canola, again, with a second American record attempt for the day. 133 kilos now loaded for her. She does have a chip on her shoulder right now with the 0.5 increment. Instead of taking 122.5, she's taking 133.
Stephanie Canola. That's a national record squat if I've ever seen one. Just as smooth as her opener, 2-1. That's a good lift for her. 2 for 2 on national records for the day. We'll see if she can make it 3 here in Weston Lombard. Ismael Nunez, strong out of the bottom, stands it up.
What a third there by Ismael.
Excellent grind. She looked a little surprised with that.
Yeah, referees agree.
Herself.
3 white lights. Now, Ashley Lopez is one of the competitors who's running up against Delaney Sousley. As we recall, Delaney missed her second attempt squat of 140 kilos. Ashley's looking to take that lead early on in the competition, attempting 142.5 kilos or 314 pounds. For you, ladies and gentlemen, watching from home, this is the equivalent of 3 commercial gym plates for our 47-kilo lifters.
Andrea Cerna here on platform 2. Not to be completely ignored here. She's currently forecasted for 3rd in the Open 48 class, just behind Delaney and Ashley, who's looking to stand up 142 and a half
Ashley.
with the biggest grind we've seen this weekend. Come on, Andrea, can you stand it up as well? Oh my goodness.
What? Really good squats here on platforms 1 and 2. 2-1 on 1 and 3 white lights on 2.
2 back-to-back grinds. We are going to be keeping an eye on this Open 48 class. It is going to be a dogfight between Ashley Lopez, Delaney Sousley, Andrea Cerna.
And you're absolutely right in keeping Andrea Cerna in the competition. I mean, if you look at Andrea's deadlift, she's known for her deadlift. She's got a massive pull on her, so we're really looking forward to see if she can cover some ground there. But now Delaney Sousley is up. Platform 2, retaking 140 kilos. Missed it on depth. Needs to get this on the board to continue in that fight for that first place position.
Now, Delaney very big on the subtotal here. She is forecasted ahead of both Andrea and Ashley. on squat and bench, but they do have the deadlift advantage. Delaney's on the board with that one, 2-1. That extends the gap a little bit. But right now, so Ashley Lopez looked to scratch. She did scratch that third attempt there. So she's going to finish out with 142.5 right now, just 2.5 kilos ahead of Delaney, who just hit that 140 kilos.
I think that's a good call.
I do not think she had a whole lot more left in her.
Again, sometimes 2 attempts is all you need.
And especially with a meet like this, you know, you're much. I heard someone talk about this yesterday. With a local meet, you know, you're looking to put on as much weight as you can to build that qualifying total. When you're at a national level meet, you're lifting to win. And so there's a lot more strategy and a lot more thought that has to be involved in the weight that you put on the bar. And so if you have an attempt that doesn't work out as well as you expected and you need to scratch that third attempt to save energy, do that.
Yeah. Again, we're moving over to Flight B over on Platform 2. Nadine Rivas, 112.5 kilos for opening attempt squat. Oh, what a
Very
easy
smooth
opener. Warm-up room's that way, Nadine.
A7 drip, 3 white lights, Juliana Villanueva. Ooh, gets a little off-centered, a little off-balance, and it was just a little too much to try to overcome there. Great attempt either way from Juliana. Christy Dang, bars loaded on platform 2. Making sure she gets her wrist straps on before she gets on the platform. That's the only piece of equipment, or sorry, the belt is the only piece of equipment that you're allowed to adjust on the platform. Everything else you have to do behind the curtain. She's walking out 115 kilos, 253 pounds. McKenna Valasek on platform 1's her last attempt, 198 pounds. We'll tell you the same thing that we told Nadine. The warm-up room is that way. 3 white lights. Amy Maldonado, platform 1, going to retake 97.5 kilos.
If you recall, on her second attempt, she did miss it on depth. Looked fairly easy, just needs to get a little bit deeper. So let's see if her coaching staff can make that adjustment for the third. Amy on platform 1.
Looks like she's handled by Coach Coom Lore in the corner there. Amy also has been working this entire meet. She's part of the Barbell Productions team.
Yep. Alicia Ibarra, platform 2, coming out of California. 3 white lights for opening attempt. That looked about deep enough for Amy.
I think that's good. Referees agree. Amy's on the board with that. Brianna Miller coming up next, 242 pounds. Carla Linares is going to take the same weight after her. And we've got Emma Lance, Stephanie Canola, and then we're already on to Flight B on platform 1.
We got Yuju Zhou on platform 2, 117.5 kilos. Easy lifter on 2. This is our women's raw open 52 kilo class. In this next flight on platform 2, we do have a few 56s sprinkled in here, but this is primarily going to be our women's raw and junior and open 52 class.
Brianna Miller, nothing doing, finding a way out of the bottom there.
Still walks away with 105, just loses 5 kilos on that squat. We'll see her out for the bench press.
And a good grab there by the spotters and loaders. They've been working all week. Will continue to work all week. Angela Pastilli, very easy opener there.
Very technical squat there with that narrow stance. 2-to-1, good lift.
Bar is loaded. Carla Linares, again, taking 242.
Smart call here, just taking a 2.5 kilo jump, just trying to add a little bit, as much as you can to the total without overextending yourself.
We've got Wilson Duong on platform 2, our first open male or junior male to compete this weekend. 264 pounds.
Oh.
It looked easy enough, but was it deep enough? It was not. 3 red lights across the board there. Needs to get just a little bit deeper. It was close, but from our angle, and especially here at Raw Nationals, close does not cut it. $10-kilo jump, pretty sizable for Emma Lance on platform 1.
Emma's lifting in our teen division, teen 3, ages 18 to 19. Squatting 264 pounds.
Good grab there by the spotters and loaders. Here's Melissa on platform 2. Very narrow stance, probably the most narrow we've seen thus far.
I think that might rival Angelina.
I agree. And, you know, so 2-to-1, good squat there. And with that narrower stance, it is going to be a little bit tougher for our referees to see that depth, especially from the front, just because the legs are in the way.
Yeah.
It's going to be harder for us, especially as commentators, when we have that front view to visualize that. But that's why we have 2 side referees to get the best view of that depth.
And again, the reference point is going to be the hip crease and the top surface of the knee. So that hip crease has to break below the top surface of the knee.
Here's Stephanie Canola, 138 kilos on the bar.
And am I hearing that right? 3.5 times her body weight here on platform 1. Over 300 pounds, weighing under 100 pounds. Let's see if the referees like that depth.
It looked close from our end, and it's not going to go. 2-to-1.
Yeah, I think from this angle, it looked like that hip crease didn't quite go below the top surface of the knee, and referees agreed 2-to-1. Unfortunately, a no lift. However, she does walk away with a national record that she broke on her first and her second attempt.
And she's going to take us into flight B on platform 1. Our men's 52 kilo class.
Good lift on 2 for Carissa Eichel.
Ryan Baugh, teen 1 lifter. So we do have in this session a mix of junior, teen, and open lifters. Our teen lifters, teen 1 especially, are as young as 13 years old.
Ryan, in this case, he's 15 and gets 3 white lights on his opening squat.
Kingston with a very fast opener there. 127.5, 3 white lights.
Alec Anthony De Jesus on platform 1, a 130 kilo opener. Lifter out of Illinois.
Marielle on 2, 286 pounds loaded. I like the Philippines singlet, actually. That goes kind of hard.
Yeah.
Strong squats from both of our lifters. A little bit slow there from Marielle, but still very strong. 2-to-1 there.
And again, the opening attempt should be something that you know you can hit, something that you can undeniably hit depth with, and convince the judges that that weight is easy and is an opener. I mean, a really good rule of thumb that a lot of coaches use for gauging what an opener should be would be to take a weight that you can reasonably triple on any given day. That typically tends to be the baseline or benchmark for what you should decide on what your opener to be.
Here's Sophia Schos. Platform 2, 135 kilos, 297 pounds.
And a fast opener for Ochoa on platform 1.
Andy Ho on platform 1, going 145 kilos, 319 pounds. Little bit shaky of an opener. It was fast regardless, but still not as technically smooth, quote unquote, as we would normally see for an opening attempt there.
Fast out of the hole for Andy and able to push past that sticking point 2-1.
Bars loaded for Anthony, taking his time getting set up. Also taking 319 pounds in the junior 56 kilo class.
And again, reiterating the challenge of managing a multi-platform meet as far as the coaching. So we have lifters in platform 2 that are both in the open and in the junior division in the 56 and 52 kilo classes. So if they're competing against lifters in the open division over on platform 1, they're having to look on both screens and on both platforms to see what their competitors are doing for the junior lifters that are also double divisioned in the open.
Alex Foreman on 1, Dax Davis on 2. Good squat there from Alex. It's 374 pounds on the bar for Dax. We're slowly inching into the 400-pound realm. Dax is going to be our heaviest squatter of the day in this flight.
We got Zone on platform 1. 155 kilos, 341 pounds. Almost 3 times body weight on 1.
For an opening attempt. Here's Nadine, platform 2. 120 kilos, taking a deep breath, getting settled. Zone gets a 2-1 on platform 1. They get a blue card underneath that, so it's possible there was some up and downward motion. And when we're looking at up and downward motion, you could see the ends of the bar kind of teeter and totter, but our referees are watching the whole of the bar, specifically the center of the bar. And if any part of that goes down as the lifter is trying to ascend from the bottom of the squat, that's going to be that up and downward motion.
And that second attempt looked just as easy as their first for Dean Rivas on platform 2.
Madeline Leonard looking to get on the board.
Got called on depth for her opening attempt. Got 3 red lights with red cards there. Let's see if she can make that adjustment on the second, retaking the same weight of 122.5.
2-1, good lift there for Kevin Wynn in his opening attempt. Looked a lot lower this particular attempt for Madeline. And the judges thought so too. She's on the board. Rosario on platform 1. Good squat there for JJ Rosario. Christy Dang on platform 2. 270 pounds.
That is
That's
3
a good
whites.
lift.
Yep. And just looking at the weight here on platform 1, Chris is opening up with 424 pounds, weighing 56 kilos.
Quick maths, I think that's close to 3 times body weight.
Yeah, easily.
Yujo Zhu on platform 2. Chris, very fast
Whoa.
opener, but I don't know if it was low enough. Okay, 2-1. One of the referees agreed with me, but two of them didn't, and I like to be wrong, especially when it's in the advantage of the lifter.
And again, that is a successful opening round of squats for our Flight B lifters on platform 1. No missed attempts there. Angela Pistilli moving over to taking a 7.5 kilo jump, 125 kilos, 2 reds on the bar. This will be 2.5 kilos under her all-time best of 127.5.
Both of our lifters get the squat command simultaneously. Angela, pretty narrow stance there. Has to get grabbed by the spotters and loaders. That's going to be a no lift for her. And a good lift for Ryan Baugh on platform 1. Here's Wilson trying to get on the board as well.
So let's talk about the strategy there. Misses opening attempt on squat for depth, but still elected to go up 7.5 kilos. And again, this is a bit of a risky move should this second attempt not count, right, on depth, if he's not able to make that adjustment. Although I want to be wrong, right, I hope he can make that adjustment, and I hope that he can sink it here in the second attempt. 127.5.
Unfortunately, looked just about as good on depth as the opener. Maybe it was just a little bit lower. It was. He's on the board there. Again, I enjoy being wrong, especially when our lifters get on the board.
And really, this is one of those instances where if you take a if you miss your opening attempt, go up anyways on the second, it kind of overrides that missed opener into it never even happening, right? I mean, he's now in a really good spot, 127.5, and now can take a planned third attempt.
And that really is one of those toss-up strategies that we were talking about. No, let's say you miss that opener, you elect to go up, and you miss, let's say, on strength or any other technical infraction or anything like that, then you're now stuck with that weight when, had you might have kept the lower number, you might have gotten it. You might have lifted a little less overall on the day, but you're on the board now. You're not at risk of bombing out.
Alicia Ibarra on platform 2, 2-1, good lift, and with that second attempt weight, she matched her all-time PR. Expecting a big squat from her for the third.
Alejandra Ochoa, 10-kilo jump. 3 white lights.
And that's one common trend you'll see with powerlifting in the fact that everyone will take different strategies as far as attempt selection. Some people like to take big jumps, cover more ground as they progress through their meet, or acclimate themselves a little bit more to the heavyweight and take smaller jumps. Again, every single person's going to be different. Coaching staffs are going to have different attempt strategies, and it all comes down to the individuality of the lifter. Unfortunately, that's no lift on depth for Melissa on 2.
Here's Andy, 336 pounds, 152.5 kilos. Smooth, but again, we're going to be watching that depth. That's going to be the name of the game here. 2-1, he's on the board with it. Sharissa, smooth second attempt. 7.5 kilo jump, that's about 15 pounds, 3 white lights. Just had a clean day thus far. Mariello Pena on platform 2. She's going up 7.5 kilos as well. Alex Foreman's going up 5 kilos to 341 pounds. Here he is.
We're getting close to that 3 times bodyweight squat for Alex on 1.
Big brace there for Marielle.
Pushes past that sticking point. Let's see if the referees like that depth. 3 white lights.
3 whites across the board. Hit a good amount of turbulence coming out of the bottom there. I don't imagine she has a whole lot more left in the tank for that third. And again, I've been wrong before, but that 7.5 kilo jump, especially with a meet like this, I think another 2.5 kilo jump for her would be the move there. 5 kilos would be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, and you have to think of the conversations that they might be having with the coaching staff in the back. Whether 2.5 kilos is worth it for the amount of energy that you're going to have to put out for a grind third attempt, or if you would rather opt to scratch that third attempt like we saw Ashley Lopez do in that first flight and save that energy for the bench press and deadlift. Again, these lifters have 9 total lifts. Squat is only the first third of that. And a smooth squat there for zone. Didn't quite have the speed like the opener, but gets 3 white lights and manages to not get pinned by that sticking point.
Here's Sophia. £314 locked and loaded. Sophia out of Virginia in the open 52 kilo class. JJ on platform 1, product of Davenport University. Oh, Sophia. Couldn't find the way out of the bottom there. Spotters had to grab it.
And JJ smashes 407 pounds onto 2 white lights, platform 1.
And that miss from Sophia does widen the gap between her and Kingston in that open 52 kilo class. Kingston with a forecasted total of 400 kilos. Again, forecasted is just going to be based on the weights that they have already hit as well as the openers that they have listed.
You got 2 lifters, same weight class, same division. Men's raw open 56 on platform 1 and 2.
Strong squat there from Kevin. 2 to 1, good lift. Anthony Terracena on 2, 10 kilo jump to 341 pounds. Chris Yim, platform 1. Currently your front runner in the men's open 56 kilo class. Taking a second attempt. Oh,
great catch by our spotters on 2.
Anthony got a little off balance there. All the love to our spotters and loaders there for keeping
what
him
an
safe.
incredible
That was a
catch
great
there.
catch.
Now, we saw the speed that Chris had on his opening attempt squat. Did get 1 red light for depth. Let's see if this added weight, he did take a pretty big jump here. Again, a national record attempt on platform 1.
The speed is there. Will the depth be there? I think that was just a little bit higher. And it was. Referees unfortunately agree.
Yeah.
2 to 1 from both the side refs.
Again, good call there. It didn't look anything where it just noticeably was high. It was kind of on the line, and our 2 side referees caught it there. So again, you have to wonder whether he might retake that, and it looks like he is retaking that, and might just have to use a little bit more of that energy and speed in getting deeper. Again, did move fast. Did look like he had tons of energy left in the tank. He has 1 more go at it.
We're back to the top of the lineups on both platforms 1 and 2. Ryan Boz taking his last attempt at 220 pounds. Nadine's taking her last attempt at 275 pounds.
Good catch by our spotters for a teen 1 lifter on platform 1. And it looked like Nadine kind of folded over as she got into that hole, but able to recover and get 3 white lights on that third attempt squat.
You can hear the celebration from the coach and the handler from out here. Big squat there from Nadine.
Again, big squat for Angela now. Platform 2, 125 kilos. I believe it might have been a misgroove on her second attempt. She kind of lost balance and lost it as she got out of the hole. Let's see if she can make that recovery. No, third attempt, 275 pounds for Angela. And there it is. Look at the speed on that on platform 2.
Exceptional.
Smooth fight there for platform 1 for Alec Anthony de Jesus. 3 white lights and 3 for 3 in the squat event.
Melissa up next, looking to retake 127.5. She got a depth call on her opener. That depth did take away that second attempt for her, so she's going to retake that, looking to get on the board, make that just a little bit deeper. Andy Ho, his third attempt, 341 pounds. It's a little bit slower, but stood it up. Same for Melissa. I don't know if it was deep enough for either of them. 2-1, no lift on 1, but a good lift for Melissa on 2. She's on the board with that.
Alex Foreman, 157.5, platform 1.
Madeline's got 127 loaded up on the bar, 281 pounds. Good recovery from that opener. Strong squat for the third. Was it deep enough? Unfortunately, no, it was not. It's going to be a unanimous vote from all 3 of our referees. And for the folks at home, if the lifter completes a lift and it is deemed a no lift and the coach and or lifter thinks that they don't necessarily agree with the referees, we do have jury tables at each of our 4 platforms, and these are a collection of 3 national level referees, international level referees that are watching over each of our platforms, just kind of as a platform proofreader, you could say. They're just making sure that our referees are doing the things that they need to do, and if you disagree with a call they make, you can always go to the jury and get their second opinion. Always a chance that it could be overturned. Greater chance that it could not be overturned because we do have a very high standard of refereeing. However, anything is possible, and it's free. You might as well ask.
Absolutely right. That jury table is there to ensure that all the rules are being upheld in accordance to the USA Powerlifting Technical Rulebook. So, again, it applies to spotters, loaders, coaches, athletes, referees, and everything in between.
Christy on platform 2, 286 pounds. A little bit of an interesting reaction on the way up. But 3 white lights either way. 3 for 3 for Christy. Alyssa looking to do the same thing, looking to keep the momentum through her squats. 3 for 3. Here's zone on 1, 2.5 kilo jump. Excellent grind there from zone.
And same here on 2 for Alicia. Unfortunately, 2-1, no lift on 2, but good lift on platform 1 for zone.
JJ, platform 1, Again, 2.5 kilo jump. And then Wilson on platform 2. Good recovery from that missed opener. Still electing to go up and keep the trainer rolling. 7.5 kilo jumps all the way through. Nothing doing there. Got to be grabbed by the spotters. Look like he got a little bit folded over there. And when you see our lifters get a little bit more bent over, that bar is essentially rolling further and further towards their head. And that is a lot for the human body to recover from, especially when we've trained in a very specific range of motion for so long, so frequently.
Again, any deviations from the technique, especially when dealing with weights that are basically your max, right? It's really hard to recover from those positions. So, I mean, the fact that some of these lifters can recover from that just kind of goes to show the amount of dedication and training that they put into their squats. Again, we're well over 3 times body weight on platform 1 for our 56 kilo men. Kevin Wynn, 190 kilos, 419 pounds. Able to squat it up. Let's see what the referees call. 3 white lights. Lift is good.
And Chris Yim now looking to get on the board with a national record. This is going to do numbers for his total. Currently slated in first for the open 56 kilo class. Missed that second attempt on depth. Mariela Pena, very strong third attempt, 308 pounds, 2-1, no lift, unfortunately for her.
If you recall, Chris Yim's second attempt squat moved very fast. However, did get a call for depth. He's elected to retake that same weight and just get a little bit deeper this go around. Again, he has the strength for it, but can he get deep?
Sophia shows same thing. Got called. Oh, that's going to be a no lift. Was a no lift for Sophia. Looking to retake that. Chris Yim. 3 white lights. That's a national record for Chris Yim. And he is going to take us
what a
into
fight on platform 2. I don't believe that bar ever went down. 3 white lights, and that is a good attempt. She is now in the lead with a 142.5 kilo squat, but however, Kingston Cooper, 145 now for her final squat.
And these two are going to be going back and forth the entire day. Sophia does have the advantage on bench, but Kingston has the advantage on deadlift, so it's going to come down to whether or not Kingston can execute on this lift here.
If Kingston is successful with this lift, Kingston and Sophia will only be separated in the forecasted total by 5 kilos.
Noah McMahon, 2-1. Sorry, John Stevens, 2-1. Good lift there, opener. No lift there for Kingston. Okay, so she finishes out with 137.5 on the bar. So that's a miss out of about 7.5 kilos. And that opened the door for Sophia on forecasted total. Now 2.5 kilos ahead. Anthony Terracena, platform 2, retaking 155 kilos. 341 pounds. Good squat there for Noah. Here's Max, platform 1, 308 pounds. Anthony running on short time here, has not gotten the start command. He has timed out. I believe it looked like the timer was out on platform 2.
Not quite sure if he got the squat command before
Okay,
or
looks
after.
like he did get it in time. 2-1. That is going to be a good lift. Really cutting it close there now. Every time, our referees, every time they said the bar is loaded, our lifters do have 1 minute to get the start command once they get under the bar. So it's possible that he did get that start command and just waited that extra couple seconds to initiate the lift. And that's fine. You can do that. You just have to get that start command before the minute's out.
And absolutely, I mean, you can realistically hold that bar on your back indefinitely until you actually begin your squat.
It's not recommended, of course, but
Absolutely not. But you just cannot change your elected lifting position. So you can't take a step. You can't adjust the bar on your back, move your hands, etc. Gavin Boucher, platform 1, 155 kilos, 3 white lights. Missed lift on 2. Dax Davis still walks away with 185 kilos, a 407-pound squat. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving into our third flight of squats for platform 2. We are now on the flight C lifters, platforms 1 and 2. These are going to feature our men's raw, junior, teen open, and junior 60 kilo division, all one weight class on platforms 1 and 2.
Ethan Williams, solid opener there. Team 3 lifter, 60 kilos, 3 white lights. Nick Tang over on platform 2, taking 147.5. Good lift as well for him. And we do want these openers. I mean, we're seeing what we are expecting to see here with these rounds of openers here on both platforms 1 and 2. We want these to be something light. You know, I always tell my lifters, both Kevin and I are coaches as well, and I know I always try to tell my lifters, you want to make your openers something that you can hit on a bad day for 3 reps, something you know that you can get on the board with that can still make you somewhat competitive if that's the intent of the day, but you want to make it something that you know you can hit to competition standard no matter the circumstance.
Absolutely right, and I think that just gives you the confidence needed in order to actually push for your second and third attempts. If you can hit an opening attempt very convincingly and get 3 white lights. Again, nothing builds a better performance like getting consistent lifts on the board and actually hitting 3 for 3 attempts. As we progress in the competition, we'll talk about how in powerlifting, it's not necessarily who the strongest lifter is who is the better powerlifter, who can consistently make more attempts, who can get things on the board and be consistent when it comes to hitting lifts to the standard.
Not necessarily who can lift the hardest, but who can lift the smartest. Conrad Fletty, Bennett Pike, platforms 1 and 2 respectively. Textbook squat there from Conrad.
And again, just a teen 2 lifter, so he's 16 to 17 years of age.
I love the sport of powerlifting. It's one of the most accessible sports in the history of Earth.
I mean,
there is no barrier to entry no matter what age you start. You can find your way to a national platform with proper coaching.
Absolutely. And one of the best things about USA Powerlifting is that we do have very accessible divisions for people who may not fall in line with necessarily the traditional categories. We do have our adaptive athletes. We do have our Empower ID divisions, which are divisions available for all lifters of all walks of life. So, I mean, USA Powerlifting really caters for the athlete, and that's the most beautiful thing about them. We have multiple national championships that cater towards all divisions. Kurt Navarro up next, platform 2. He's actually our state chair out of California. He's a referee, meet director, and competitor.
Man who enjoys doing the business of powerlifting. 3 white lights for him. Bars loaded now. Lazaro James, 187.5 kilos, 413 pounds. We're now comfortably into the 400s. On platform 1, easy opener there for Lazaro. Noah Garcia on platform 2, 165 kilos for the men's open 60 kilo class. Junior, excuse me, 60 kilo class. Again, another textbook opener there. Noah Garcia, 3 white lights. And folks, this is our first session of the day. We do have 2 more sessions.
Wow, what a fast squat there for Kyler Bryant, 420 pounds as a teen 2 lifter.
Kyler's going to take us to the top of the order here. John Stevens going up 10 kilos, 97 and a half. That's 214 pounds. $167.5 for the opener. Who be squatting? Steven do. 3 white lights.
Squats be deep, squats be good. Nice lift there on platform 1. Teen 2 lifter John Stevens. 10 kilo jump, picks up really good ground there, 2 to 1.
Bars loaded now for Sean Cortez over on 2. We're on second attempts on platform 1 here.
And a huge shout out to our spotters and loaders who've been working tirelessly for the past 2 days and got 3 more days of powerlifting left to go. We got 3 sessions today, 3 sessions tomorrow, and 2 on Sunday.
Noah McMahon, a little bit of turbulence coming out of the bottom, but was able to find his way through. Sean Cortez, very smooth opener for him.
No question about depth. 2 to 1, good lift. Does get a blue card infraction.
And again, folks, that blue card could be any up and downward motion that we see. Maybe there was some double bouncing, although we didn't really see any of that. So it's possible that there was some soft knees at lockout. It just means that the knees were not fully stiff once he was fully stood up. Max Fletcher, another easy 12.5 kilo jump there. Easy second attempt, 2 to 1. I think he's got another 12.5 kilos on him. John Martin, 374 pounds. Very smooth for John Martin. Was it quite as deep enough for our refs? Yep, 2 to 1 there. That's going to be a good lift. Our side referee saw a little bit of depth and possible soft knees as well once we got to the top there.
A smooth second attempt for Gavin Boucher.
2 to 1. That's going to be a good lift. Coach Kenny Allen very happy with that. RTS representative.
Coming out of Wisconsin. Got a lift from Guam.
Tuan Din, 385 pounds for his opening. Seeing a lot of narrow stance squats today.
Yeah,
a lot more narrow stance than I've seen in prior meets.
And I think it might be a lighter lifter strategy, maybe, potentially.
Possible, yeah.
Again, as we progress through these sessions and the days, our weight classes are going to continue to increase as we see from the progression from Flight A to Flight B and C. So strategies, techniques, and overall lifting positions are going to look very different. I mean, comparing how these squats look versus our big boys on Sunday. Sean Murray, 177.5, 2 to 1.
Bars loaded for Kenny Wong up next, 195 kilos. Richmond Shea on platform 1, 10-kilo jump to 385 pounds. A little bit of a slower opener there for Kenny Wong. It's going to be a good lift, technically sound either way. And you do have those lifters that are just slower squatters. They do those movements a little bit slower, and that's just how the human body is. Human bodies are different. Jonathan Wynn up next on platform 1. Tristan Hake on platform 2.
This will be our last opening attempt on platform 2 before we go back up to the top of the order. Meanwhile, platform 1 halfway through their second attempt squats for Jonathan Wynn here. 407.5 pounds. And a very fast opening attempt for Tristan on 2. Both of our lifters giving fist bumps to all of our spotters and loaders.
Nick Tang got a little bit off-centered there, but was able to recover 2-1.
Conrad had a bit of a hip shift there on his second attempt, but still a good lift. 3 white lights. Lazaro James, 200 kilos, taking a 12.5 kilo jump.
£440 for Lazaro James. Grant McClelland on 2. Bars loaded for him. Three white lights for Lazaro, and we've got a national record attempt coming up next for Kyler Bryant. He's going to take 202.5 kilos. That is a regular increment. So not going for a chip or anything like that.
And if you look at the overlay on the bottom of your screen for Kyler Bryant, he is a Teen 2 lifter, so he is 17 years old, squatting 446 pounds at 132 pounds body weight. And a national record for
That's
Kyler
a big
Bryant.
Squat. I don't know that he's got a whole lot more left in him after that one. If he does, maybe 2.5, maybe 5 kilos. I don't know if it'd be worth it at that point. But a national record on the second attempt, that does beg the question, do I add more to the total? Do I add another notch in the cap and make it 2 national records back to back? We'll see what he puts in, if he puts in anything. We've got the LiftingCast up. Bennett Pike, platform 2, 3 white lights.
And I believe it might be in Kyler's interest.
Oh, no, that's going to be a no lift. Excuse me.
Yeah, and it looks like Kyler Bryant is electing to go up to 205 kilos, looking to try to get as many kilos on his total as possible, as he is in a battle with Conrad right now. Again, Kyler, that better squatter, but Conrad has a solid push-pull. Interesting battle there in the Teen 2 60-kilogram division.
Here's Kurt Navarro up next. 374 pounds for the state chair. Smoke show of a squat there for both lifters on platforms 1 and 2. Noah as well on 1.
3 whites on both. Stephen Doe, 175. Gavin Boucher, 167.5.
Stephen Doe, 385 pounds on platform 2.
Wow.
3 white lights. Gavin Boucher, not a whole lot going. That's going to be a no lift for him. Still comes away with 162.5 kilos for his squat total. Ethan Williams up next with 374 pounds. Bars loaded here. Noah Garcia on platform 2. 10 kilo jump to 385 pounds.
And Noah's setting himself up to chase Sean Murray, who's currently in that first place position. So Noah needs this lift in order to continue trailing behind him. And they're currently only separated by 15 kilos if Sean Murray is successful with his next attempt of 182.5. Sean Cortez, 182.5, 402 pounds, second attempt squat.
Bars loaded for both of our lifters.
Meanwhile, Max Fletcher in that 60-kilogram teen 3 division, looking to close the gap between him and Gavin Boucher, who missed his third attempt squat. Max looking to close that gap if successful with this 17.5-kilo jump. And
Come
it looks
on.
like he did. Locks it out. Let's see what the referees say. Oh,
2-1. I wonder if there was a little bit of soft knees there. I wonder if we didn't get a full lockout there. I didn't see much up and downward motion there. It's possible it could have teetered to one side and we missed that, but what an attempt either way. Max Fletcher.
And again, the division is still open up here for the 60-kilogram teen 3 division. I mean, anything can happen in powerlifting.
Richmond Shea, platform 1. And John Martin on 2, 12.5-kilo jump for him.
Very important lift for Richmond there. That closes his gap in chasing that podium finish and also fending off all the lifters who are trailing behind him in that 7th position.
We're at the point now where our lifters are routinely squatting well over 3 times their body weight. Very strong squat there from John Martin. Here's Jonathan Wynn on 1. Sean Murray here, 182.5 kilos. That's going to be a no lift for Jonathan Wynn on 1. Good attempt there either way. Good grab by the spotters and loaders as well. Conrad Fletty's going to take his next attempt at 195. We've only got a few lifters left to close out the flight on platform 1. And once we get done with our lifting on platform 1, we're going to take a 10-minute break on that platform for our lifters, give our spotters and loaders a chance to get the platform set up for the bench press. And once that comes, we'll shift our focus onto platform 2. Tuan Din. That's going to be a no lift there for depth across all 3 referees there.
And again, very interesting to keep along with the pacing. So we saw Tuan Din on platform 2. That flight, that platform is still on their second attempts. Meanwhile, Lazaro James is on his 3rd attempt and also in that same division, and it's currently only spread by 7.5 kilos with Tuan. So it's very interesting to see how this change of pacing between the 2 platforms is going to affect these lifters as they progress through the meet.
And Tuan right now only 7.5 kilos behind Lazaro James on the forecasted total here. And so Tuan can really just wait and see what Lazaro does with this attempt. He made it. Now he can put in what he needs if he wants to get himself just ahead of Lazaro. Again, there's a lot more complexity and a lot more variables that our lifters, handlers have to focus on in order to make sure that they're put in the best position possible for victory.
So Kyler Bryant, a Team 2 lifter, 17 years of age, but also competing in the open division, squatting 205 kilos, national record, a record he broke on his 2nd attempt. Was it depth?
And that was almost easier. It was not.
Yeah.
And that's probably why it was a little bit easier. We cut depth just a little bit.
Again, still walks away with his national record of 202.5 kilos.
And that's going to wrap up the action of the squat for platform 1 here. Like I said, they're going to take a 10-minute break and get the platform set up for the bench press. So if you're tuned in to watch platform 1, you've got a little bit of time. We've still got the action rolling on platform 2. So we'll give you coverage of that as well. They are just starting their 3rd attempts. Big squat there for Nick Tang. 2-1. He is on the board. Bennett Pike, conservative decision, staying at 167.5 kilos.
And since we have concluded our squats on platform 1, like Nick said, we're going to take a 10-minute intermission as our spotters and loaders rest up and prepare that platform for the bench press event.
Travis. One is done. Grant McClellan, bars loaded, 374 pounds for him, 2.5 kilo jump there. Fortunately, that was a no lift for Bennett Pike.
Grant looking at 2.5 kilos more than what he hit for his 2nd attempt. Again, a very tight battle in the junior division. Grant currently sitting outside of the top 5, looking to close that gap and see if he can creep up right behind Noah Garcia.
Can he execute? Yes, he can.
That's a solid lift by Grant.
That was an excellent call. 3 white lights.
And again, it's nice to see these lifters apply upward pressure to all the lifters and almost forcing them to have to execute in order to maintain that lead.
Here's Kurt Navarro out of California. 2.5 kilos added to his squat, looking for 380 pounds even. Kurt gets the squat command. Looks smooth. A little close on depth, at least from this angle. Head referee agreed, but the side refs didn't. 2-1. Kurt Navarro finishes 3 for 3 on the day with 172.5.
And again, Kurt falls a little bit behind in the squat event, but he has one of the biggest deadlift openers and is one of the bigger deadlifters in this weight class. So he's going to pick up significant amount of ground there. So don't be fooled by these forecasted placings, as there is plenty of lifting left to go. And like we spoke of earlier, Noah Garcia, our other junior lifter, who's currently sitting in that second place position, looking to close that gap between him and Sean Murray. Whoa, what a way to push past that sticking point.
I was going to say a very dramatic hip shift there, but we did the thing, and 2-1 and no lift there. I would almost go to the jury for that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the knees, but not sure what that call might be for. It didn't look like there was any downward motion, but it looks like his coach might be going up to the jury now, as we see on the left-hand side of our screen. We'll keep you all updated if there is any decision or overturns as far as the jury is concerned. Sean Cortez, 182.5, again taking a 2.5 kilo jump, just looking to pick up additional kilos in this squat event.
Sean Cortez, slow on the way up. Locks the knees. 2-1, that's going to be a good lift. Got 5 lifters left here in this flight before we wrap up our action. Stephen Doe, bars loaded, 407 pounds. Steven, Twan, and Sean are all going to be taking 407 for their last attempt. Ooh, a little bit of a bobble there on the walkout, but saves it. Looked okay to me. Refs think so too. 3 white lights, and he'll finish out a perfect run. No red lights across any of his squats.
It just builds incredible momentum and a lot of confidence as you go into the bench press event, knowing that you hit all of your squats, and you're in a really good pace for having a really successful meet. You see those back slaps on the right-hand side of our screen. Tuan Din from Guam, 185, retake after missing it on depth.
Here's Tuan Din retaking 185. Missed it on depth on his second attempt. Looks like he was able to inch it down just that little bit more. And that's going to be a good lift. 3 white lights. bar is loaded here for Sean Murray. Although we don't see Sean Murray coming out.
Again, it could be a case of timing out, possibly. Looks like we are getting some assistance from our technical secretaries as we figure out what's going on here on platform 2. Again, we are unsure of what the delay is here on platform 2. We have our referees and technical secretaries figuring that out for us right now as we are getting information here in the back. Not sure if it's a case of the wrong lifter coming out on the platform. Lot number order mishaps, but we will keep you all posted.
While we get that figured out over on platform 2, platform 1 is just about a minute from starting. So once that platform gets ready, and if platform 2 isn't able to finish up here, we'll just go ahead and swap over our coverage there.
And just to kind of think about how this delay might affect lifters who are waiting to take their squats, but also the pacing of having to compete against platform 1. Now platform 1 is pulling ahead and lifting way before platform 2 lifters. So platform 2 lifters are going to have kind of a slight advantage in seeing what these lifters on the opposite platform are lifting and just waiting to see what they need to hit in order to win.
That's right. It's all a matter of how you look at it, right? You know,
Right.
that time delay is definitely going to be an advantage for those platform 2 lifters. However, it's going to be a disadvantage because they're also having to lift later. Platform 1 is going to be done and finished with their lifts long before platform 2 will be.
Yeah, and then the fact of just having to wait around. We see our lifter here on
with
the
a
right hand
sport
side of the
that's
screen,
so-
just kind of pacing back and forth, waiting for that bar to get called loaded. And I mean, really, if you're in the zone, if you're just locked in, right, you're tend to kind of space out of that. So now we got Sean Murray coming out to the platform. We have our 60-second timer coming out. 185 now loaded on the bar.
Unsure what the delay was there, but looks like we've got things back and rolling here.
Oh wow.
And then we've also got our bench press coverage beginning over on platform 1. And now this isn't a race between platforms to see who can get their lifts done the fastest, etc. But it is an important factor in the flow of the meet in a sport that's so heavily focused on rhythm and flow and cadence and timing and pacing. All right, here's John Martin having to wait an extra few minutes there. Gets centered back under. He's going to take his last attempt at 190 kilos, 418 pounds.
Yeah, I'm looking to cover some ground, sneak into that 5th place position, closing that gap between him and Sean Cortez, who's currently sitting in 5th.
Here's Isabel on platform 1. Very clean. Come on, John. Ah, close grab. We're on to our last two squatters of the day for Platform 2 here on Session 1. Tristan Higgs got 210 kilos loaded, and then Kenny Wong's going to go 215. Then we're going to take a 10-minute break over on that platform while they get set up for the bench. Here's Tristan looking to retake 210. He missed it on his second attempt on strength. Can he find the way? No, he cannot. And then our last lifter of the day going up 5 kilos from 463 to 474 pounds, 215 kilos.
And again, that missed for Tristan makes things very interesting in the men's raw open 60 kilogram division, as that kind of opens up the door for lifters like Tuan, Lazaro, and Richmond to come in and try to sneak into that first place position now that Tristan is only walking away with his opening attempt. Final squat on 2.
Yep, Kenny Wong, 215 kilos, 474 pounds. It's deep. Can he find his way? It looked like he almost had it for a second.
Yeah,
I was kind of convinced.
This kept going up, but then nods, shakes his head no. Fortunately, that'll be no lift.
And that's going to be the end of our squat action on Platform 2. So now we're going to be taking a 10-minute break over on that platform, and then we'll get set up for the bench press there. And then we'll turn our attention over to Platform 1, where we have started our bench press action. Brianna Miller's got 50 kilos locked and loaded for her. That's 110 pounds. And as we get to the bench press, obviously it is a completely different lift, so Kevin and I will be giving you different analysis, different coverage on the techniques, the rules, the commands, etc.
That was a good lift on Platform 1.
Amy Maldonado up next. Taking time out of her shift here at Barbell Productions so she can hit a quick session here on Platform 1. Amy Maldonado, 52.5 kilos for her opening bench. Very technical bench here. That was a good lift for her. Emma Lance up next, 52.5 kilos. Emma, a bit of a rough day on squat, only getting that second attempt at 110 kilos, looking to change the momentum for herself a little bit as we get into the bench. And bench, I've come to find, especially if you don't have the best day on squat, is a great way to kind of pause and reset. With bench, the natural energy of the meet does kind of calm down a little bit. The focus is turned up, whereas the energy is turned down, so our lifters can focus on their techniques. There's a lot more that can go wrong with bench. There's a lot more that our lifters have to think about, and a lot more that our lifters have to respond to in terms of those referees' commands.
And kind of adding to that point, as far as all these variables that affect the bench press, and this is kind of why in the bench press event, it is often in your best interest to have a very predictable attempt selection. Usually in the squat and deadlift events, you might have a wide range of second and possible third attempts that you can take depending on how bench feels, on how those lifts feel. But however, on the bench press events, you really don't have as much wiggle room as far as attempt selections. Because again, the minimum increment or jump that lifters are allowed to make are 2.5 kilos, and especially for lifters in the lighter weight categories, 2.5 kilos is just about the maximum amount of weight you'd be taking as far as jumps goes for those second and third attempts. Stephanie Canola waiting for those referee lights. 3 white lights. Again, that is our national record holder in the squat.
Bars loaded, Carla Linares.
Lifter out of Texas.
137 pounds for her opener. 2 for 3 on the squat, finishing out with 237 pounds. Just narrowly missing out 242.
Very technical bench press setup there with that wide grip and short range of motion. Beautifully executed by Carla there, platform 1.
And we say very technical, and that just means that the lifter isn't simply just laying down and unracking the bar. There's a lot of pressure being put into the bar with the hands, the shoulders. There's usually a very high arch associated with that, a very slow and controlled setup. A lot of times we call that the exorcist setup just because of how extreme that arch can be sometimes. And that is lifter preference. Every lifter benches differently, and it's all about how you are able to bench the best and the most efficiently within the confines of the rules. And speaking of the rules, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Ashley Lopez setting up in the bench press, our referees who are positioned in the side and in front of the lifter are looking for several points of contact. They have the upper back and shoulders at the top of the bench. The lifter must place their butt fully flat on the bench, make contact there, and our feet need to be fully flat on the platform. Once our lifter unracks that bar and holds it out with their arms fully extended, they will receive the start command, at which point the lifters will lower the bar down to the chest and hold it on the chest motionless while they wait for the chief referee to give them the press command. Once the press command is given, they will press that bar back out to full arm extension, again waiting for that rack command, and then once they receive that rack command, they'll get help getting that bar back into the racks, and the lift will be over. So again, 3 different commands as opposed to 2 as we just saw in the squat. So very technical, and again, you don't see the referee, so you have to be very vigilant in hearing your referee commands.
And that's often why we say the energy of the meet is turned down just a little bit. You know, the music that the lifters are listening to is turned down as well, just so that the lifters have that extra opportunity to hear the referee. Additionally, if the lifter is hard of hearing or they need any additional accommodations, the referee is able to get up closer to the platform. They're able to give a touch command and show the referee would give a slight tap to the shoulder, not anything that would impede the motion itself. Ooh, McKenna, a little bit slower on that opener bench there, and not as technical of a bench, quote unquote. So not as high of an arch, a little bit longer of a range of motion to go, especially with a more narrow grip.
And we see the utilization of bench blocks on this previous bench press attempt. Bench blocks give the lifter an elevated platform surface to which they can put their feet on, and it allows lifter to fully put their feet fully flat on the platform, which some lifters might elect to do that just to get better leg drive, just to be able to lift in the desired lifting position that is required by USA Powerlifting.
Vivian Purcell, again, very long way to go, but I do believe that's going to be some up and downward motion.
I think she might have missed that press command. She did start pressing that bar out and then kind of had that delayed reaction of like, oh, I jumped that press command, kind of stopped, went back down, and unfortunately a missed lift there.
And that is something where it is very, very recoverable from. I don't think strength was necessarily an issue there. You know, when you're kicked out of your normal groove, your normal routine of when you're used to hearing those commands, it does make the lift harder. It sounds weird, but it's true. And so that could just be something where she'll come back, get back into that rhythm, and absolutely blow up that second attempt.
5 kilo jump for Isabel. Smooth attempt there for our lifter out of Illinois. Training at a Warhouse Barbell in Huntley, Illinois. Juliana Villanueva on here. 40 kilos now, 5 kilo jump in junior 48 division. And again, lifters have plenty of time to remove the bar out of the racks and get that start command. 60 seconds is plenty of time.
Good lock out there from Juliana.
And Nick, when I was explaining what referees look for when that bar touches the chest, I said a word that is very key as far as receiving the press command, which is motionless. Talk to me a little bit about what motionless actually means. Does it mean when the bar is touching the chest? When I mean, what? Dive into that a little bit.
So, motionless is by definition motionless, less motion. That bar cannot move on your chest. And so a lot of times that is very dependent on, or the press command is going to be dependent on how that bar is sitting on the chest. If the lifter brings it down very slowly here, like Brianna does, you're able to show that referee a little bit easier where that bar is able to completely stop. If you bring it down a lot faster, it's a lot easier to sink the bar, and it's a lot easier to show that that bar could still be moving, and you might actually get a longer press command. There are some lifters who are better at one version or the other. It is, again, lifter preference. There is no right or wrong way to do it, but just so long as you are able to find the option that's right for you to be able to completely stop that bar on your chest. If we see a lifter where that bar is just kind of shifting on the chest, it hasn't necessarily fully made contact with it, that referee is not going to give them that press command until that bar is completely stopped. Great job there by Emma Lance doing exactly that.
And again, that's one important thing to note is that the referees are waiting for the lifter to make that bar motionless on the chest. So there isn't a predetermined amount of time that the referee's waiting for that bar to be sitting on the chest. They're not counting seconds. They're not just looking to see when they want to give that press command. They're looking for that key indicator of when that bar is no longer moving. Stephanie Canola, 57.5 kilos now, 2.5 kilo jump. Very slow descent and a soft touch there, and not an issue for Stephanie. She gets 3 white lights.
Here's Amy Maldonado. Rocking the A7 meat kit. And folks, we are about 30 seconds away from beginning our action over on platform 2. So we're going to go ahead and get that stream loaded up here shortly. Amy gets the press command. Very smooth.
Very
wide,
technical bench, yeah. And again, there's that experience factor that goes into having such a refined bench press technique like what you just saw in Amy. Kind of playing to your advantages and strengths.
Bars loaded here. Ashley Lopez, Midland University product. Midland University, a long-standing pillar of collegiate powerlifting. They always have a very strong presence both at collegiate nationals and at raw nationals.
They had a historical performance at 2025 Collegiate Nats where they swept all 4 divisions. A very impressive performance there.
Narissa, open 48 kilos. This is just under a body weight bench for her at 47.5 kilos, 100 pounds.
That was a very long hold on one for Ashley. Mislift there.
That's going to be a no lift for both of our lifters. On platforms 1 and 2, we got a no lift on platform 2 with blue cards underneath that, and so that can indicate that the elbows were not fully locked out, or again, there was any up and downward motion in that bar path.
So Carla currently sitting in that 3rd place position and currently out of range from threatening Delaney or Ashley in the total. However, is fending off lifters like Brianna and Amy, who are trailing right behind her in that 4th and 5th place respectively. Now Carla picks up that 5 kilos in the bench press, 2nd attempt. She gets 3 white lights. Meanwhile, we have an American record attempt on platform 1 for McKenna. 88 kilos loaded on the bar. We see those chips coming out.
And when we say chips, folks, when you hit an American record and you're going for a weight class record, you are allowed to chip, and so that means you can take the minimum increment of 0.5 kilos. That's about a pound.
And so that really does play to your advantage if you do have a chip advantage, if you are in a head-to-head battle. Should you be tied for total and you have a chip advantage, your competitors can no longer tie you on total. They have to go up an additional 2.5 kilos in order to try to outlift you because they cannot match your total and win on body weight.
And I think that's going to be a national record for McKenna Valasek. 88 kilos on the board, and that's a second attempt. So we can only imagine she's got to go up for her third. Here's Andrea. Beautiful bench press there. If there's one thing Coach Roboito knows how to do, it's coach a bench press. That's a good lift. Up next, Yining Mao, 65 kilos. And then Vivian Purcell back to the top of the order here for third attempts, looking to retake 32.5 kilos. Bars loaded, Isabel Strahler. And unfortunately, fortunately, that is, I don't know why I said unfortunately. Fortunately, that's going to be a very good lift there for Vivian Purcell. She did get 32.5 kilos, was able to clean that up. Shooting Lin. Very clean bench press there. And you're going to see, oh, wait, Isabel Strahler, platform 2 or platform 1.
Oh.
What a grab there by the spotters and loaders. A close run there.
Did take a reasonably big jump from second to third of 5 kilos, which proportionally speaking for how much weight we're lifting here, that is a sizable jump there, but still a valiant effort for Isabel. Juliana Villanueva taking 2.5 kilo jump now, 42.5 kilos for the 48 kilo junior. Three whites on 2. Unfortunately, no lift on 1.
And we are now on to the legend, living legend, Delaney Sousley, 77.5 kilos, locked and loaded. She's going to be our last opener of the day now. Delaney does have that big bench advantage in the 48 kilo class.
Wow, almost 2 times body weight in the bench press event.
Here's Brianna Miller, platform 1, looking to take her third, 57.5 kilos.
Fortunately, it won't go, but she still walks away with 55. Only loses out on 2.5 on her total. Now Sousley setting herself up in the bench press event. 77.5 kilos opening bench press attempt. And that's an easy opener for Sousley. We did see that left tricep start to tremble a little bit and shake, but she gets 3 white lights, and that is a good attempt.
And Delaney is a lifter where none of her lifts are going to look extremely quick. She's a very tough lifter, and so they're going to look a little bit tough. But don't ever count Delaney out. She is a dog. She's national champion for a reason. Emma Lance, a bit of an uneven lockout. I don't think there was any up and downward motion, so I think that still's good. Oh, but it's going to be a 2-1, unfortunately.
Again, our announcers are saying there was some slight downward motion on that was called on the left-hand side, and a technical call, which could either mean her butt came up off the bench, feet, or any of the other infractions indicated by a yellow card. Narissa looking to retake 47.5 on 2. That looked better. There we go. 3 white lights for Narissa on 2. Amy Maldonado, 60 kilos on the bar, 132 pounds on platform 1. Easy third attempt for Amy. 2-1, good lift. Easy second for Khadija on 2.
Now, I notice we do have a few of you all watching at the moment, so if you guys are in the chat and have any requests, any questions, any shout-outs that you have any particular lifters, go ahead and put them in there. If you have any questions, feel free to let us know. Kevin and I are both referees, coaches, competitors, commentators, the whole 9 yards, so we like to think we're fairly knowledgeable about a couple things. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Stephanie Canola, big press, hits a big sticking point.
Again, she does come down really slow with the bar, so who knows if that might have just taxed her a little bit too much for this third attempt. Morgan, 60 kilos, goes up easy. That's 3 white lights. Now, Ashley Lopez is retaking 67.5 kilos. Again, she is in a tough battle, trailing behind Delaney Sousley, so she needs these valuable kilos if she wants to stay in that hunt. Meanwhile, if Ashley Lopez is unsuccessful with this lift, that just opens up the door for lifters like Andrea Serna on platform 2 to swoop in and take that position from her. Ashley and Andrea are currently only separated by 2.5 kilos.
And this is a battle that I'm sure Coach Rob is watching with vicious intent here. Andrea Serna, big 5-kilo jump for her. Andrea is a very solid bencher.
Tough now, second for Andrea.
Yep, 2.5 kilos is probably going to be the jump there. We can predict that. 2.5 kilos is going to still keep her within striking distance of Ashley Lopez.
Way to recover, Ashley. 67.5 goes, and referees say 3 white lights.
She needed that to keep that 2.5 lead ahead of Andrea. Delaney Sousley still. Should she keep the day that she's having, she's going to kind of run away with it. Currently 20 kilos ahead on forecasted total. And we do have Ismael Nunez coming in 4th, not too far behind from both Andrea and Ashley. Could be making a run for the podium here.
And again, this is only after Ismael has taken her opening bench press attempt, so she still has 2 more lifts left to go to catch up to Andrea and Ashley in the forecasted total placings and get herself in the mix for the podium position. Carla, 70 kilos on the bar now loaded for platform 1. Oh, and those elbows just came back down as soon as she locked out that lift. So unfortunately, that'll be a no lift for Carla. I mean, if you look back, she can almost pop into the lockout position, and then almost like that same momentum drifted back down and unlocked those elbows. Unfortunately, lost that lift.
Ismael Nunez, platform 2, looking to get under the bar here, 77.5 kilos. McKenna Valasek, like I said, looking to add a little bit more to her American record, adding 2.5 kilos to this. 90.5, 199.55 pounds, just under 200-pound bench here for McKenna Valasek.
And again, a teen lifter, 19 years old, in the Teen 3 48-kilo division.
Ismael Nunez. Oh my gosh. 3-2-1 blast off for Ismael. McKenna Valasek, unfortunately, not going to get that next attempt at the national record. She still comes away with 1 under her belt. But then here's Delaney Sousley. Currently 7.5 kilos ahead of Ashley Lopez on current total, 20 kilos ahead on forecasted total. She does have the advantage on Ashley for the deadlift, but not necessarily Andrea.
And again, it really might be a case for Delaney to just kind of coast through these last couple lifts. She is holding a sizable lead ahead of Ashley, Andrea, and Ismail. So again, Delaney just needs kilos on her total. Be consistent. Go 3 for 3 in the bench press event. Oh,
Okay. So this shakes it up just a little bit. That was only a 2.5 kilo increase there. So still not a whole lot lost. Still a 17.5 kilo gap on the forecasted total ahead there, but can't have too many more misses like that. That squat that she had a little bit earlier today did open the door just a little bit. But I wonder if this is a situation where Delaney hits her second attempt, misses it, and then comes back just like she did for her squat, and then absolutely obliterates her third.
but again, the fact that she's having to retake her second attempts means that she's not going all out or putting on the platform on display what she can do. So again, it completely opens up the door for lifters to attempt to pull for the win once it comes down to it in the deadlift event. Alex Foreman coming up. Platform 1 are open 56 kilo men.
Alex Foreman, easy opener there. Here's Khadijah on platform 2, looking to add 2.5 kilos for her last attempt. Alec on platform 1, doing 87.5 kilos.
She's going for a national record. Let's hear it for more. 75 pounds.
Alejandro Ochoa on platform 1 coming up next, 198 kilos. Here's Morgan taking her time getting set up, 62.5 kilos, even 5-pound increases across the bar there. Big press off the chest. She finds her way to lockout with an excellent grind. 2-1, that is going to be a good lift. You're going to see that a little bit more frequently there with the wider grip benches. That lockout or that sticking point is going to be pretty close to the chest there. When you have a more narrow grip, you're able to get your arms a little bit more involved. That sticking point is going to be a little bit closer to the lockout there. At that point, we can kind of predict what we're looking for. Andrea Serna up next, looking to get those 2.5 kilos added onto that total here. 67.5 locked and loaded. Yeah, that was going to be a shaky descent there. It looked a little bit hitchy. It's going to be a no lift for her. Again, only 2.5 kilos lost on the total. Nothing too bad lost there.
And again, just thinking about how this miss for Andrea just shakes things up a little bit with the podium placement. So Ashley is now in that second place position. Andrea falls to that third. And Ismael Nunez is just 2.5 kilos below Andrea with a 340 kilo forecasted total should she hit her third attempt bench press.
That's going to be a good lift on platform 2 for Yining Mao. She'll finish out 3 for 3 all the way through her benches. Up next, Jessica Lin, looking to do the same thing with 72.5 kilos on her last attempt. Oh, wow. Looks okay, so it looks like Delaney Sousley actually scratched her last bench attempt. So she is not going to get a relift or anything like that. She is going to scratch out and finish with just her opener bench press at 77.5 kilos. And so you're absolutely right. I think at this point there is the school of thought where you can just coast through the meet now. You have that sizable gap. You don't need to push all that much, especially with deads, when you're already not having the best day.
Kevin Wynn, 100 kilos, 220 pounds. Platform 1. So now, critical lift here for Ismael Nunez, who's currently sitting in that 4th place position, looking to close that gap and catch up to Andrea and Ashley. Get herself in the mix for that podium position. And just as a reminder, lifters placed 1st through 5th do get a medal. But again, it's that podium you want to land yourself into, and Ismael is hunting for that. And
Ismael Nunez with the lockout.
Yeah, she's getting herself in that mix, and the battle is here for her. 2-1, good lift. And with that, we're done with Flight A bench presses on Platform 2. Christy Dang, 50 kilos now as she kicks us off with the first opening bench press attempt of Flight B. Meanwhile, Zone will be wrapping up our opening bench presses for the second flight on Platform 1. 231 kilos now loaded.
Zone, Vang, and Chrissy Dang. Platforms 1 and 2, 105 kilos on 1. Chrissy Dang's taking 50 kilos on 2. That's a good lift on Platform 1 and good lift on Platform 2. And that's going to take us to second attempts over on Platform 1. Ryan Baugh is going to take 62.5 kilos. And then Marielle Opena, we're still on openers here for this second flight of lifters, so they're going to be taking 65 kilos. Easy opener there for Marielle. Good lift there for Ryan on Platform 1. 3 white lights for him. Alex Foreman, bar is loaded for him over on Platform 1. He's going to be taking a second attempt, 90 kilos, 198 pounds. Yujo Zhu, 67.5 kilo opener, gets the lift off there. And for the folks at home, our lifters do have full preference as to whether or not they want that lift off. They want the back spotter to give them a lift off. There's a few schools of thought with that. You know, when you do want that lift off from the back spotter, you got to let them know each time you go up there. You know, that head spotter could be giving liftoffs to the whole rest of the flight, so you want to be sure that you're letting that back spotter know exactly how you want that lift off each and every time so that they remember you. And not only that, but you want to be sure you do that with enough time. So you want to be sure you do that quickly and concisely. You only have a minute once the bar is loaded to get that start command, so you don't want to waste half of your time letting that back spotter know how you want the lift off. Good benches on both platforms 1 and 2. Platform 1, Alex Foreman, easy second attempt at 198. Melissa, easy opener at 67.5 kilos. Nadine Rivas coming up next, Platform 2, 72.5 kilos, 159 pounds. And Alec DeJesus, 5 kilo increase for him. He's taking 203 pounds, just cracking into that 200-pound barrier. Beautiful textbook bench there for Alec. And same for Nadine. This is excellent, what we want to see for the second attempts here. And especially with bench, I'm of the opinion that you almost want your second attempt to still be kind of easy, just because that third attempt bench is the most frequently missed lift. And it's so much easier for that last attempt, especially when you just add an extra 2.5 kilos for it to just not move off your chest. And so you don't want to set yourself up for that to happen. You almost want that second attempt to be a little bit easier. I consider bench to be a build the total lift, especially if it's not your primary lift or the lift that you're the best at. Andy Ho, platform 1, 95 kilos, able to find the lockout there. And that is going to be a no lift across the board there, blue lights and a yellow card. And I'll tell you exactly what happened there. He got called for both up and downward motion and for heaving. So when the referee gives you that press command, you are not allowed to sink the bar down into your chest in order to press it back up. That is considered a heave command, and that is going to be considered a no lift. And not only that, if a referee doesn't call that for a heave, they're most likely going to see the up and downward motion of the bar as a result of that heave, and they're going to call that either way. So that is going to be a no lift there for Andy Ho. With that slight heave, he's going to retake that for his third bench. Alejandro up next, 97.5 kilos. Strong press from him. Here's Kingston Cooper.
Whoa. What a speedy open off the chest.
Kingston here looking to duke it out in the junior 52 kilo class.
She is in a very, very close battle with Sophia. Again, only separated by 2.5 kilos amongst the two ladies. And not too far behind them in that podium position is Carissa Eichel.
Here's Chris Yim on platform 1, 105 kilos, 231 second attempt. Ooh, and that's going to be not, that's not going to go. And that was a tough press out. He also kind of sunk it a little bit with a very wide grip, and that's going to be pretty hard to come off the chest with.
And again, it's one of those things where it's very hard to make those adjustments in a bench press because it's such a technical lift. I mean, any slight deviation, misgroove can really just ruin that lift. So again, it's really about technical precision. It's staying and sticking to your technique. And so we'll see him back for that third attempt. But now Kevin Nguyen, 105 kilos, taking a 5 kilo jump.
And then over on platform 2 is Sophia Chassé, 82.5 kilos, 181 pounds. Very strong opener there. Sophia's been on the national stage more than a couple times. It's 2-1, good lift there for her. It's very possible that side referees saw the hips come up off the bench just a little bit, or maybe the heel come up possibly. Those are considered yellow cards. But Sophia Chassé on the board.
Huge shout out to her family, commentating from home, watching. And
got a lot of shout outs for Nadine as well.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching from home, let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, and let us know if you want any shout-outs. We'd be more than happy to shout out your family name and see who you guys are supporting here on the national stage.
Charissa, strong press out there. Easy opener at 85 kilos. JJ, 242 pounds on platform 1. Got that second attempt. Zone Vang's going to take the same weight here. And we're going to be rocking and rolling onto third attempts here for bench press on platform 1. Zone with a beautiful press. with plenty in the tank there. Like I was saying earlier, you almost want that second attempt bench to be a little bit easier than you'd expect, just because that third attempt bench, it is going to be so easy for you, or it's going to be so easy for gravity to want to not be your friend.
Right,
and
yeah.
to make even just a little bit added onto that bar feel like 1,000,000 pounds. So you almost want that second attempt to set you up well for the third, make it a little bit lighter, and give yourself that opportunity to have a clean meet. Ryan Bach starting off third attempts on platform 1 here, 65 kilos. And Alicia Ibarra taking 90 kilos, 198 pounds. Good grab there by the spotters and loaders for Ryan. Alex Foreman coming up next. We've got Grace Foreman watching from Massachusetts. I imagine we've got the family watching as well.
Oh, what an easy bench press attempt there for Alicia. 3 white lights.
Angela Pastilli up next. 92.5 kilos for her opener. Alex Foreman, same weight.
We see a lot of support coming in on the live stream for all of these lifters. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for commenting.
Angela Pastilli with the self-lift off here. Again, that is lifter preference. Golly!
Woo! Angela, what a opener.
Blink and you miss it. Alex Foreman, third attempt.
Yeah, and
Oh,
shakes his
nothing
head
doing
no.
there. And sometimes you just know, as
Yeah.
soon as you unrack the bar and as soon as you begin to start descending, you just know, like, you know what, it's not there today.
And honestly, that might be the smart move too, because you're spending less time grinding out a lift that you're not going to get. And I think oftentimes the spotters and loaders might let you fight out a lift, but if you're not going to get it, if you know you're not going to get it, sometimes taking it a little bit early might be in your best interest. Conserve a little bit of energy. No need to grind a lift.
Here's Dax Davis on 220-pound bench opener. Andy Ho retaking 95 kilos. 95 was a little bit tough for him on the second. Oh, looks like he fixed the heave, but it looks like he missed that on strength there. He'll still come away with 92.5 kilos. He is on the board. Bars loaded on platform 2 for Christy Dang and Alec on platform 1, 97.5 kilos. It's about 214 pounds.
Got a chance to talk to Alec during the break, and he feels really happy with his performance thus far, getting back into the platform. And if successful with this lift, he'll be going 6 for 6. A lot of good momentum, a lot of good confidence going into the deadlift event if successful with his 97.5 third attempt bench press.
Oh, good attempt there. Christy Dang, a little bit of a bobble there on the lift off, but very strong press out regardless. We're on to second attempts here for flight 2. On platform 2, Mariela Payne is coming up next.
And Ochoa on platform 1, 100 kilos, 220 pounds. We had some support here in the comments for Alec. Big sister tuning in from LA. Nice second for Mariel Opeña.
Good press there from Alejandro.
Nice 2-1, good lift. And Chris Yam retaking 105. So if you remember, Chris Yim also missed his second attempt in the squat event, which was a national record attempt. Was able to get it on the third. Let's see if he can fit the same story here as he is retaking that second attempt weight here for the third. Zhu Zhu on platform 2, 2-1, good lift.
Here comes Melissa on 2.
Meanwhile, Melissa Fulgencio, 70 kilos attempt for her second. And unfortunately, it won't go for Chris. So he only walks away with his opening attempt of 97.5. And again, it kind of opens up the door for lifters like JJ, as there's only now just a little bit over a 10 kilo spread, 10.5 kilos spread between the two lifters. If JJ is successful with this third lift, he'll close that gap. But Kevin Wynn, Chris, and JJ are really battling it out for that podium level positions. And unfortunately, 2-1 no lift for platform 2.
Here's Kevin Wynn. Gets a start command there. Bars loaded on platform 2 for Nadine Rivas.
And Kevin just extending his lead as he goes 6 for 6. A lot of support for Nadine here in the comments. Let's go, Nadine, 77.5. Good lifts on platforms 1 and 2.
JJ Rosario walking up 253 pounds. Anthony Terracena on 2.
Well over twice his body weight on platform 1. You heard that right. Twice his body weight for the 56 kilo teen lifter. Again, JJ is a teen lifter, also competing in the open division and currently forecasted in 3rd place, looking to close that gap and catch up to Kevin Wynn and Chris Yim.
And now it's an important thing to note here, I don't think we've mentioned this at all, for our lifters that are in both the open division as well as their age group division, those are 2 different qualifying totals. Normally speaking, the age division qualifying totals are going to be a little bit lighter. The open division total, since you're competing against the whole of USA powerlifting in the open division, those are going to be a little bit higher. And so our lifters that are in the junior division, teen division, are strong enough, not just to qualify for their own age division nationals, but to hang with the big guns.
So it's not just I want to compete with the open. No, you have to qualify if you wish to compete with the open.
Absolutely.
So, again, just kind of adding on to the impressiveness of these age division lifters, lifting and double division with the open. Kingston Cooper, 5 kilo jump, 82.5 for the second. Again, a very easy second attempt, 3 white lights, not a question there. 2-1, good lift on platform 1.
Up next, Wilson Dong, bars loaded for him, 85 kilos on 2. Kyler Bryant on platform 1 here, starting off the next flight here. 87.5 kilos, 192 pounds, excuse me.
And again, just want to highlight how close this men's Raw Open 60 kilo division here is. It looks like Tristan and Tuan are and Lazaro are kind of in the league of their own, pulling well ahead of everyone else in that 4th and below. But going from 4th all the way down to 9th, there's only a 20 kilo spread split between them. And if we're talking about powerlifting, 20 kilos isn't a whole lot. I mean, if we're going down lifter by lifter, we're talking 5, 2, 2.5, 7.5 kilo spreads between these lifters, which really, when it comes down to it, is about an attempt and a half.
Sophia Chasse, a little bit slower on the second attempt, but still very smooth. 3 white lights for her. 3 white lights for Gavin as well over on platform 1.
And another shout out for Sophia Chasse. We have Paige Rosales watching from home gym in Virginia.
Just to keep folks updated on the schedule of the day, we're on our last flight. First attempt bench presses on platform 1. Platform 2, we're on second flight, second attempt benches. Again, after our action for the bench press, we're going to be taking a 10-minute break for both platforms independently while they get set up for the deadlift. And then once that's done, we are done for the day until we hit our next session, session 2. That would be at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Bars loaded, or getting loaded for Conrad Fletty, platform 1, 97.5 kilos. Madeline Leonard, second attempt, 92.5 kilos. 214 pounds on 1, 203 pounds on platform 2. Here we go, Conrad Fletty. Exceptional, beautiful. Again, we want these openers to be easy. We want to set ourselves up well throughout the rest of the attempts. Madeline Leonard there, a little bit tougher, but a very smooth second attempt regardless. We can probably expect a 2.5 kilo jump for her.
Alicia Ibarra taking a 5 kilo jump, 95 now loaded on the bar. Currently tied in total with Madeline Leonard, who just went up and took 92.5. And then 2.5 kilos below that, we have Marielle Opeña at 355 in the forecasted totals. So again, a very, very tough battle for the podium and sneaking into that top 5 position. Fortunately, a no lift there for Alicia at 95 kilos.
Got a shout out for Alicia, for Andrew Kim out of California. Here's Angela Pastilli on platform 2, taking 97.5 kilos, self-lift off as well. Bars loaded for Richmond on 1, 117.5 kilos, 259 pounds. That's a good lift there, platform 1. Richmond Shea up next. Lazaro James taking 122.5. Dax Davis on platform 2, excuse me. Bars loaded taking 107.5. It looks like Elisa is going to scratch her third attempt bench, so she will not be coming out for her third. So she'll just have her opener bench on the board there at 90 kilos.
No lift for Dax Davis on 2. And Lazaro James gets closer to closing that gap against Tuan Din. Currently now spread by 2.5 kilos.
Bars loaded. Jonathan Nguyen, platform 1, last bencher, taking his opening attempt here at 275 pounds. Christy Dang taking her last attempt. 62.5 kilos. That's going to be a good lift for her. Excellent run through bench. No white lights at all for Christy Dang. She is 6 for 6 on the day.
We got Grace letting us know who she's supporting. John Nguyen goes 2 white lights. Good lift for his second attempt bench press. She said, let's go noodles guy for John Nguyen.
Bars loaded for Melissa here. That's going to be a good lift for her. Sorry, that was a good lift for Melissa. Bars loaded now for Marielle, 72.5 kilos. John Stevens on platform 1.
Very tight battle in the women's Raw 52 open division. And what a grind here for Marielle. 72.5. Referees say 3 white lights, and that is a very critical lift. It goes 3 for 3 in the bench press event and is now sitting at a forecasted 355 kilo total. Currently in a medal position in that 5th place position.
Strong press out there from Kyler. 2 to 1. That's going to be a good lift. Got a blue light from the side referee there, so it's possible they saw a little bit of up and downward motion there. Generally speaking, that side referee is not going to have the best view of how the elbows lock out. Generally, that's more of a head judge determination there, so it's very possible we saw some up and downward motion. Gavin's going to be coming up next at 92.5 kilos. 203 pounds. Bars loaded for Yuzhou on platform 2. These are 3rd attempts for our 2nd flight here.
Max Fletcher, 97.5. 2nd attempt bench press. Tough fight for Yuzhou on 2. Fortunately, no lift, but still walks away with 70 kilos in the bench press event.
Good work there from Max Fletcher. Good 2nd attempt. Nadine Rivas. A lot of shouts out on the stream for her. This is 176 pounds for her, 80 kilos. Conrad Fletty up next on platform 1, 231 pounds. Big press. Can she find her way? Spotters and loaders got to grab it there.
Tough sticking point for Nadine, just getting it off the chest. We'll see her back for the deadlift event. Meanwhile, Conrad with a smooth bench press of 102.5 kilos, 226 pounds. And for those of you watching at home, that is the equivalent of 2 commercial gym plates that the team lifter just pressed for a 2nd attempt. Nice pickup of 2.5 kilos for Anthony on platform 2. 80 kilos goes, and the referees say 3 white lights. Am I hearing that right, Nick? We got a national record attempt on platform 1 for Noah, 117.5 kilos for the teen 1 lifter. 15 years old.
60-kilo weight class. Just under double body weight for Noah McMahon. He's a little bit uneven, a little bit shaky, teetering and tottering. That's not going to go. Spotters and loaders got to help him out, but that is only his second attempt. He does have a third attempt that he can shoot for.
And you know what? And if one thing that we've seen is people come back and they hit their lift. So again, this is not the end of his story. We'll see him back for the third attempt. And meanwhile, Kingston Cooper, unfortunately, a no lift there on that third attempt at bench press.
Richmond Shea, strong press there. Shout out for Wilson Dong on platform 2.
Unfortunately, that is a no lift for Richmond on platform 1. He's sticking with 122.5 kilos. So Lazaro, who is in the running for that podium position, currently sitting in that second place spot, missed his opening attempt bench press, however, has elected to go up 2.5 kilos, cover just a little bit of ground, and stay in pace with Tuan and Conrad, who are trailing right behind him. With this lift, if Lazaro is successful, he will tie with Tuan with provisional total with a 540 forecasted total. Again, Lazaro needs to stay in the hunt and make these lifts.
Sophia Chasse taking her last attempt over on 2. Looks like Lazaro's on the board here. Sophia, no lift there, unfortunately. Still a solid run regardless for Sophia.
An overwhelming amount of support for Sophia Chasse, so we're excited to see her come back in the deadlift event and see what she puts up. Another name we see frequent here in the chat, Jonathan Wynn, 130 kilos, 286 pounds. This is over 2 times body weight bench press for the 60-kilo lifter. John Stevens retaking 77.5 kilos. Teen 2 lifter, 60-kilogram division. Madeline Leonard, 95 kilos now in the 52-kilo open division. Third attempt bench presses, respectively, 1 and 2. Way to come back, John Stevens. Third attempt, bench press attempt. Let's see what the referees say. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. Some technical calls on one. Madeline, let's see the refs say. 3 whites on her. That is a good lift. Angela Pistilli looking to take a 5-kilo jump and smash 226 pounds in her third and final bench press attempt. lifter out of Boston, Massachusetts area. Angela Pisteri, 226 pounds on 2. Gavin Boucher on platform 1, 95 kilos for our Team 3 lifter. And what a grind here on 1. Can he get it? Unfortunately, Gavin will be a no lift. However, Angela smashes 226 pounds, 102.5 kilos, and goes 3 for 3 in the bench press event. What a recovery after the squats. Kyler Bryant now, 5 kilo jump, 97.5. No lift for Kyler on 1. Good recovery for Dax on 2. That is 3 whites on 2. Max Fletcher on platform 1, 102.5 kilos, 226 pounds. And what an easy 2-plate date for Max there. That is a 3 white light lift. Conrad electing to go up 5 kilos, 107.5. Meanwhile, we are getting started on our 3rd flight of bench presses, opening attempts for flight C on platform 2. John Martin, 90 kilos, opening bench press attempt. And so this missed bench press from Conrad slightly opens up the door for Kyler Bryant to sneak in and see if he can attempt to pull for the win, as they're currently only separated by 15 kilos. Very interesting stuff as we move over to the bench press event momentarily. John Martin with a smooth opening attempt on 2, 3 white lights. That'll be a no lift for Ethan on 1. Got a reattempt of the national record for our Teen 1 lifter. 15 years old for Noah. 117.5 kilos, 259 pounds. Again, we've seen it time and time again where lifters miss a 2nd attempt and come back and hit it on the 3rd. Will it happen with Noah? Let's go, Noah. Lock out those triceps. Unfortunately, it won't go. It just gets stuck at that sticking point of being a lagging right tricep there. Still walks away with his opening bench press attempt, so he's still in the meet. However, that will be a no record for Noah. We'll see him back for the deadlift. Sean Cortez, 95 kilos, platform 2. 3 white lights. Now Richmond Stevens, a critical lift if he wants to stay in contention for that podium level spot. And there it is, Richmond Chi, 122.5. gets 3 white lights, and now he's currently forecasted with a 530 kilogram total, currently sitting in that 4th place provisional. And so also speaking about critical lifts, Lazaro James is in the mix with Tristan, Lazaro, Twan, and Richmond Chi for those top 5 placements. So again, Lazaro needs this lift if he wants to continue in that lead ahead of Twan and Richmond.
Good press there for Bennett Pike. Good opener on platform 2.
Was there any downward movement there for Lazaro? Yeah, I believe our chief referee saw that downward motion of the bar, and I'm not quite sure what that yellow card is for our right-hand referee, but again, that'll be no lift for Lazaro, unfortunately. So he is now tied on total in the forecasted with Twan. Again, Twan still needs to hit his opening bench press and actually begin his lifting. However, they are currently tied with Lazaro being the lighter lifter ahead on body weight.
And Tristan Hake still to bench on flight C, coming up on platform 2. Good opener there from Noah. Tristan Hake ahead of the pack on forecasted by about 20 kilos, but again, anything can happen. Jonathan Wynn.
Oh, unfortunately, it won't go.
Kurt Navarro coming out for his opener.
I'm calling it here, but I see Kurt Navarro being kind of one of the dark horses here in the men's Raw Open. Currently sitting in 6th place, but I mean he's a fairly consistent lifter, knows the rules, knows the tech. Expect a big performance out of him.
Could very easily crack into the top 5. Currently slated 6th on forecasted.
Oh, what an easy opener for
beautiful.
Kurt, yeah. He's our co-California State Chair.
That's going to be the end of our action on platform 1, so we're going to get that platform broken down, take a 10-minute break over there, and we'll be back there shortly. In the meantime, we've still got almost a full flight of bench pressing here on platform 2. Then once deadlifts get cracking on platform 1, we'll go ahead and pop the screen back over to them.
And again, this flight and platform is featuring lifters who are in the same class as lifters who has just finished their bench press over on platform 1. So again, you can argue that these lifters do have a slight advantage due to the timeness of the platforms. However, I mean, that is something that no one can control, and it's just the organization of flight and assignments here at Nationals.
Good opener there for Nick Tang. Looks like he had to run back around the corner for something.
Oh,
That's going to be a no lift, 2-1 from the side and the head referee. Looks like the coach is heading over to the jury now to figure out what that call was for.
and again, should any coaches have any protests or are wondering, curious about what the calls are, please utilize the jury table, as there is actually, fortunately for this event, there is 1 jury table per platform, which is really great to see at a national level event, knowing that there is undivided attention by all of our jury members on your unique platform.
Good second opener there from Sean Murray, 120 kilos, 264 pounds. Twan Din opening up 286. Now Twan, again, one of those guys in that 60-kilo battle for the top 3.
As a member of the jury myself, it certainly does help only having to watch 1 platform at a time instead of 2.
Yes, this is one of the first meets where we have 1 jury table per platform. Normally it's 1 table for 2 platforms. So there are 0 excuses. At this point, you have 6 referees watching you.
Yeah.
Here's Twan. Ooh, strong there. A little bit hairy at lockout there.
And again, he utilizes a bit of a sink motion. That bar does creep deeper into his chest as he waits for that press command. Again, very distinct and different from lifters who have a very soft touch on the chest. Now for our last opening bench press of this flight, Tristan, 135 kilos. Currently our leader in this division. But again, after only going 1 for 3 in the squat event, it is tough and it is interesting to see if he can keep this margin open.
Beautiful. Tristan Hake showing exactly why he is your top guy in the 60 kilo class. Really laying out the work for Twan, Lazaro, and Richmond.
And again, it looks like Twan is making a really big push here for closing that gap against Tristan, as he did take a 10 kilo jump from first to second attempt, which we'll see as we move towards into our second attempts.
And that opener wasn't the smoothest. It was smooth, but it wasn't the smoothest. It wasn't the fastest at lockout there. So that 10 kilo jump, we'll see how much that affects him. Normally that's a pretty big jump.
Yeah.
And there is that school of thought there. You know, you take the larger jump from the first to second, and then you take that very small jump from second to third. John Martin's going to take 95 kilos. We're on to second attempts now for platform 2. Good press out there for him.
We have a national record attempt on platform 3 for broken girls. 144 pounds.
Looks like we had a little bit of a LiftingCast mishap here.
So there is going to be a relift for Nick Tang. So given this relift, Nick Tang will be moved to the bottom of the round, and he'll be getting a new clock. We see our spotters and loaders loading that weight for him now. So again, a relift can be due to several reasons. Could either be to a spotter loader error, it could be due to the incorrect weight being loaded on the bar, a lifter lifting out of order, or any other situation in which the jury deems it necessary to give a lifter an opportunity, a fair opportunity to execute a bench press attempt. So bar is loaded now for Nick.
I wonder if that's what he ran back to the table for originally for that first attempt that he took. Clock's still not running. Okay, clock is now running. He's got 20 seconds left to get the start command. There we go.
Shows his appreciation to all of our staff. Just waiting on those referee lights.
It looked okay to me.
Yeah.
I think we're having a little bit of a slowdown with LiftingCast today. Yep, that's a good lift.
And again, that is a all white light lift for all of our lifters in this first round of bench press, flight C, platform 2.
All right, now since Nick Tang did get that relift, they had to put that in there before they could mark a good lift for John Martin at his 95 kilo bench press second attempt. So now we're on to Grant McClelland, and the order and the rhythm is back. 97.5 kilos here, 214 pounds.
Yeah, so when a lifter gets a relift and they get moved to the bottom of the round, once they put in an attempt for their second or third, depending on which attempt number they got the relift in, they'll get reshuffled back into the appropriate order. So in this case, Nick is now moving towards the bottom half of the round. And again, a relift can have different effects on a lifter depending on if they're in the beginning or end of the round.
Same weight here for Stephen Doe. That was a no lift for Grant McClellan. He's going to go and retake the same weight. If you're waiting for the action to get cracking on platform 1 again, we've got about 2.5 minutes to go. Here's Stephen, 214 pounds. Very narrow grip, almost gripping on the smooth. There is no... There is a rule for max width. There is no rule for minimum grip, as far as I know. You can grip with your hands touching if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, as long as that bar comes into contact with the chest,
yes,
that's all that matters.
Yep. Important caveat: if your hands do get in the way, if they are close together, that does make a lot of sense. Yes, you're right. Here's Sean Cortez, 226 pounds. Nice casual 2-plate date. Very clean bench there. Sean Cortez, 3 white lights.
And again, very distinct bench pressing in powerlifting than what you would normally see in a commercial gym. Normally at commercial gyms, you do see people training touch and go, just no pause on the chest. But here in powerlifting, not only do we have to train to pause on the chest, but we are waiting on somebody else to tell us when to go. We are waiting for that bar to become motionless on the chest, and then we receive that press command from our chief referee that gives us the green light to press back up into that full arm extension position at the top of the lift. So again, a very, very technical lift.
Bennett Pike. It's a good sticking point there. It is able to power through it. Kenny Wong's up next, 242 pounds, 110 kilos. The open 60 kilo class.
We're slowly creeping up to 2 times bodyweight bench presses for the men's 60 kilogram division.
Kenny Wong gets the start command here. Very strong. That's going to be a good lift. 3 white lights across the board there. Noah Garcia is going to come right behind. And folks, we are about 20 seconds out from our action over on platform 1, so we are going to get that feed started back up for you. As Vivian Purcell has the bar loaded for her at 48 kilos. Or sorry, 65 kilos, 48 kilo weight class. Come on, Noah. Harder off the chest there.
And again, he will have one more attempt to retake that weight for the third.
Vivian came out, pulled 65 and left. I blinked and I missed it. That's a good lift, though. Isabel Strahler is going to come next. 82.5 kilos. And folks, the party has started. The weight has hit the floor. We're on to the deadlift on platform 1.
Kurt Navarro with a 5 kilo jump. Again, his opener moved very fast. Again, his goal is not to chase, but be consistent. Hit those lifts and let the kilos just stack up on top of each other.
Good job, Isabel. 3 white lights there. Kurt Navarro gets the rack command.
Had a tough sticking point there. Didn't quite look like there was downward motion. Our chief referee called him for that, but gets a 2-to-1 good lift nonetheless.
Up next on platform 1, McKenna Valasek taking her opening deadlift here. McKenna already with an American record bench press under her belt. 5 for 6 on the day, looking to keep the train rolling for her. Very easy.
And again, lifters are allowed to wear knee sleeves while they deadlift.
Here's Nick Tang again taking 125, 275 pounds after that relift. Hearing a lot of love from Jules Villanueva over here on platform 1.
And you know what? I actually remember refereeing her at Collegiate Nationals in New Orleans. I was her chief referee. So
That's a fairly short turnaround. That's about 2 months.
Very smooth opening attempt
work
for
there.
Juliana. Sean Murray with a 12.5 kilo jump.
Which is very sizable on bench. Oh, and he's going to get it to lock out. I don't know if there's a whole lot more left in there, to be quite honest with you.
I mean, prove us wrong, Sean Murray. I hope you do. I hope you come out for a third, but it looks like he just extended his lead here. He has in first place in the men's raw junior 60-kilogram division. In a tough battle with Noah Garcia.
Again, Tristan is currently ahead of the pack.
Now, Carla's sitting very comfortably in that third place position if she is consistent with her lifting. She's currently 12.5 kilos ahead of Brianna Miller, who's in that fourth place spot. However, she needs to hit her lifts and not let an opportunity for Brianna to pull into that third place position and knock her out of the bronze.
Three white lights there for Tristan. Continues his streak. Up next, Amy Maldonado, platform 1.
And a very similar story. Amy is now only 2.5 kilos behind Brianna Miller. So same story here. If Carla begins to miss lifts, both Brianna and Amy can sneak into that third place position. And given how fast that opening attempt moved for Amy, she has a lot left in the tank for her.
I got to take a peek back there in the warm-up room and saw Amy hit one of her warm-ups, and they were just as fast as that. So very excited to see what she can put on later on in this flight. Here's Twan. Oof. That's a long way to go, but we made it to the destination.
And again, we did talk about how his opener didn't move as fast as we were like. Maybe that's just how he benches, but again, that sticky lockout, but he is able to pick up an additional 10 kilos.
Just shortening that gap between himself and Tristan.
We got a very nice message here in the comments on the live stream. We have Mom watching from home. She wants her show her greatest support for Grant right now as he comes back and hits his third attempt bench press of 97.5. A retake. Let's go, Grant. There it is. Come on, Grant. Oh, and it looked like he was just going to break past that sticking point, but unfortunately, a no lift. Still walks away with that opener. Ashley Lopez making her appearance on platform 1. 135 kilos. Very, very fast opening attempt.
Good lift there for Ashley. Stephanie Canola coming up next. Stephanie with an American record, 2 American record squats under her own belt. Bars loaded for John Martin on platform 2, his last attempt at 220 pounds. We are on to third attempts on platform 2 for the bench press. Ooh, a little bit of up and downward motion, even if he finds lockout. I don't know that they're going to give it to him.
Yeah, that'll be downward motion on the bar. Blue cards. Vivian on 1, Steven on 2.
Good lift there for Vivian Purcell as we go into second attempts on platform 1. Stephen Doe gets the lift off. Smooth all the way through. Stephen Doe, that's going to be a good lift. 2-1. Cruising right along here for third attempt. Sean Cortez going to take 242 pounds, 110 kilos. Isabel Strahler, bars getting loaded for her, 92.5 kilos.
10-kilo jump for Isabel.
Good lift there for Isabel, platform 1. Sean Cortez, self-lift off. Can he press it out? No.
Another ET lift for McKenna on platform 1, who has already claimed a national record bench press. Looking to close out her meet as she just gets 3 white lights out with 112.5 kilos. And again, ladies and gentlemen, as our lifters look to close out this competition on platform 1, as they wrap up second attempt deadlifts, let us know who you all are supporting to give them the utmost shout outs as they finish out their meets.
Good press out there for Bennett Pike. Finishes the day 4 for 6 on the day. Got that opener squat. Finishes out 3 for 3 through the bench. Noah Garcia's up next, adding 2.5 kilos on the bar. Emma Lance, unfortunately, nothing doing. 2.5 kilos up. That opener for her was quite a bit tough. She did have a tough go on squat, and so you got to wonder if there's possibly injury or a tweak or something that she's working through. Hope that's not the case. Hope that it's just an off day for her. Either way, she's still out here performing at Raw Nationals. Juliana Villanueva, 122.5 locked and loaded, 270 pounds. Bars loaded for Noah Garcia with 248 pounds, 112.5 kilos. Bars loaded. Looks like he's going to time out his lift. And that's going to be the first time that we're going to see a timeout today for any of our lifts across the platforms. And what happens with that is, folks, if a lifter decides that they want to time out a lift versus scratching their lift, that's just kind of a courtesy move. You know, you're allowing the rest of the lifters in your flight the adequate amount of rest as if you were lifting. If you decided to scratch that lift, it would just go right to the next lifter and give you a little bit less time in between your attempts. And so that's just a courtesy move for Noah Garcia, just letting the rest of our lifters get the adequate time they need in between rest. And then now we're back to Kenny Wong, 117.5 loaded.
And Carla Linares on platform 1, 127.5. Oh, and unfortunately bobbles at the top as she loses balance, and she indicates to her handler, Kylie, out of Texas, that she will be retaking that lift.
She said, run it back. That is not what I want.
Yeah.
Kenny Wong, 117.5.
And again, we knew Carla was out of reach in threatening Delaney and Ashley's position in that podium placement. So Carla is sitting in third currently as she is retaking 127.5. However, she does open up the door slightly for Brianna and Amy to now sneak in and attempt to take her position. Again, Amy and Brianna are both heavier pullers than Carla. Speaking of which, we have Amy coming out, 10-kilo jump, 130 kilos on the bar.
Beautiful. Here's Kurt Navarro on his last bench attempt here. Finds a good lockout.
Well executed for Kurt, and I believe Amy will be in a position to pull whatever she needs to pull in order to try to knock Carla out of that podium level position.
Here's Nick Tang, platform 2, 130 kilos, 286 pounds. Brianna Miller.
But that podium pull won't be easy as we have Brianna Miller, who is currently only 2.5 kilos above Amy in that forecasted placement. However, they both are pulling the exact same weight. Oh,
Brianna Miller's going to find lockout, but I doubt that that's going to get white lights. Yep, 2-1 there. Looks like at the very least there was some up and downward motion there. Very possible that there was a hitch or a ramp as well. And a hitch is where you see the lifters kind of just skip the bar up their thighs, and ramping is using your thigh. Once the bar gets past the knees, using your thighs as a ramp for the bar through it to lock out.
And again, 3 different ways to interpret a blue card. It could be that downward motion, it could be hitching, again, using that momentum, that shrugging motion to get that bar up into that lockout position, or supporting the bar on your thighs.
There's Ashley Lopez. 319 pounds, gets it to the knees, but nothing doing. She's probably going to run that back for the third. Donovan Thompson looks like he's handling her. Competed yesterday at Masters Nationals.
Along with Jennifer Thompson.
Sean Murray, no lift there. Held it at that sticking point for a good little bit before the spotters grabbed it. Was not ready to let that go. Finishes out 5 for 6 into deadlifts. Tristan Hake. Both he and Tuan Din are going to be taking the same bench weight. 142.5.
Again, we hear the immense crowd forming behind Tristan as he comes out for his third and final bench press. Meanwhile, Stephanie Canola with a smooth attempt at a 10-kilo jump, 145 kilos, 2-1, good lift. And again, these gentlemen on platform 2 are in a dogfight here with Tristan and Tuan. Currently only split by just a little bit over 10 kilos between the two.
That's a big bench for Tristan Hake.
It goes up, and the lift is good. 3 white lights.
He keeps the lead. Now it's time for Tuan to answer. Now, because they are taking the same weight, Tristan Hake went first, only because Tuan Dwin's lot number was higher. So Tuan does have to go after Tristan Hake.
And again, Tristan did come in with a bigger squat. However, Tuan Din has the bigger bench press, has the bigger deadlift, so he will be pulling after Tristan.
And when you see a bigger deadlift, that normally means bigger jumps. And bigger jumps means all the more opportunity to close that gap. Tuan Din not able to find the way. Now he's got to have a little extra work to do. Got to find an extra 2.5 kilos for his last, for his deadlift in order to catch up.
Final deadlift attempt for Isabel, 97.5. Lifter out of Illinois, trains out of Warhouse Barbell in Huntley.
That is it for our deadlift coverage. Isabel finds the lockout.
So that means a 10-minute intermission will go on as we close out Platform 2's bench press. And we'll see you all in 10 minutes for the resumes of Platform 2. Meanwhile, we'll focus up on platform 1 as they close out their third deadlift attempts. And McKenna, 115 kilos for her third and final deadlift. Emma Lance retaking 117.5 kilos.
Emma Lance, can she get there?
Still a valiant effort. And way to show out in nationals, being a team lifter.
Here's Jules Villanueva.
Juliana has a huge opportunity to go 3 for 3 in the deadlift event.
Go, Juliana. This is your week.
This would be a 2.5 kilo PR for Juliana. It's up, it's up.
Oh, wow. And it's stuck.
There it is, and that is a PR for Juliana. Referee
Yes.
say 3 white lights.
I love that. I love the
That's the
celebration
best
there.
feeling ever.
Especially having a PR go up that fast as well.
Absolutely.
Here's Brianna Miller retaking 130 kilos. She got 2-1 on that last attempt.
And really, that missed lift did put her out of contention for that podium level position. It is now between her and between Carla and Amy. However, Brianna will solidify herself in that 5th place position, walking away with a medal. Can she lock it out?
Ah, not there.
This doesn't change any placement for Brianna. She is in that 5th place spot and ends her day with a 280 kilogram total in the women's Raw 48 junior division. Now, Carla Linares is in a really important spot here. She's currently sitting in that 3rd place bronze medal position. However, if she misses this lift, this opens up the door for Amy Maldonado to come in and take her bronze medal to extend her lead 130 kilos. And well executed third for Carla. 3 white lights. Will we see an attempt change here for Amy? As our bar is getting loaded. No, there won't
bar is
be.
loaded. It is all hers, Amy Maldonado. She's going to slate herself in 4th place for the junior 48 class.
And again, this breaks into that 300-pound mark. So this is a milestone lift for Amy.
Can she finish? Oh, close grab there.
However, this is still an incredible PR total. She PR'd her total by 22 kilos since her last competition. So well, impressive performance as she lands herself in that 4th place spot, walking away with a medal. Now, Ashley Lopez, our lifter out of Midland University in Fremont, Nebraska, is solidified in that silver medal position, 2nd place, looking to land herself with a 355 kilo total if successful with this pull.
Ah,
She is still your silver medalist.
we've got a national record attempt here. Stephanie Canola, she says one is not enough. I need a second one. Give it to me on the deadlift. 155 and a half, 342.88 pounds. The national record for Stephanie Canola. And this is 5.5 kilos over her best deadlift.
She attempted 155 earlier this year at the Pennsylvania State Championship, however, was unsuccessful, but she is here for redemption at Raw Nationals in Lombard, Illinois. Let's see it, Steph. 155.5 kilos, national record attempt. It's up, it's up,
Strong
it's
off
up,
the
it's
floor.
up, it's up, it's up.
Past the knees. Can we
Can
get the
she
hips
finish
through?
it?
Oh, she's losing it. No. Oh, so close.
Man, but what a fight for our lifter in the 44 kilo division and the heaviest deadlift of the flight.
My goodness. Ashley Lopez. Sorry, Stephanie Canola. I don't know why it's Ashley Lopez. Stephanie Canola. What an attempt on that national record, and she was not going to let it go for anything. We're on to our second flight now of powerlifting. Flight B, deadlifts, platform 1. Start off with Ryan Baugh taking 117 and a half, 259 pounds.
Ryan, a Teen 1 lifter, 15 years old, and already competing at the national level. So our spotters and loaders are getting that weight ready for Ryan as 117.5 is loaded.
He's in our Teen 1 52 kilo class.
Ryan stepping up to the bar. Good attempt there, 3 white lights. Alec De Jesus, 150 kilo opening attempt, deadlift, 3 white lights. Alex Foreman, 152.5 kilos. Alex Foreman makes some final adjustments to his belt. Again, the only piece of equipment that you can adjust on the platform is your belt. Plenty of time on the clock. We got some support for Alex Foreman as he gets 3 white lights. Thank you, Grace Foreman, for your comment here in the chat. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching on stream, let us know who you all are supporting. These are the final deadlift attempts of these lifters for this session. We are just under a minute away from the start of deadlifts for Platform 2 lifters. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to start our deadlifts over on Platform 2. Morgan will kick us off with 117.5 kilos for the opening deadlifts. Ochoa on 165 kilos.
Good lift there for Ochoa. Platform 1, Zone Vang coming up next on Platform 2. And then we've got Morgan Keppel, Nethercut, Platform 2. 117.5 kilos. Three white lights there for Morgan. We're carrying on with our openers here. For a lot of folks, deadlift is the most fun lift of the meet, myself included. You only have one command you have to listen to, and you have to face the audience as you stand up a lift.
Nice opener from Jessica Lynn on 2. And if you notice what is that white stuff, that powder on these lifters' legs, don't confuse it with chalk. That is actually baby powder. So that is a substance that is allowed for lifters to be able to apply on their legs. And what it does is it creates a smooth surface for that bar to ride up against the legs should there be any contact there. Again, chalk absorbs moisture in the hands, allows that your hands to kind of stick to the bar and grip it really nice and tight. However, that bar slicks up the legs should there be any friction created by your skin. And finally, one of the last pieces of equipment that is required in the deadlift is deadlift socks. And that just creates an extra layer of protection between the lifter's shins and the bar, preventing any blood should there be any spillage on the platform.
I like that term, spillage. I always like to use the term chalk makes it stick, powder makes it slick. Chris Yim here. 215 kilos. Smooth opener there. Here's Ismael Nunez. Ismael, one of our ladies in the running for that 48 kilo open podium. Currently only sat for 2.5 kilos behind Andrea Serna, who's going to come up later on in the flight here.
And again, really exciting to see just how these ladies are going to lift and go actually when they start hitting their openers. I mean, we saw lifters like Carla and Ashley hit their third attempt deadlifts. They are all done with their meet, so they are basically defending their positions from the stands. Ashley specifically sitting in that second bronze medal position, but currently being threatened by Andrea and Yining and Jessica. I mean, there's just other lifters that are in that running to bump her out of that silver medal position.
Khadija Safik is the opener. Up next is Narissa Sullivan. A lot of shouts out for Narissa in the chat here today. Ryan Baugh, bars getting loaded on platform 1 for him, 275 pounds. Very fast pull from Narissa Sullivan, almost too fast. Ooh, almost as if, yep, so we got 2 lights up and down there. Almost like he pulled it a little bit too fast. Was not expecting it. Delaney Sousley up next, 145 kilos, 319 pounds again. Delaney is sat well ahead. Once she hits this, this will confirm her lead. 3 white lights there for Delaney. That puts her at 362.5 kilos. And now we just got to wait and see how much Delaney Sousley wants to increase the gap there from Ismail and Andrea. Now here's Andrea right now, 150 kilos, 330 pounds.
Nice and easy. But that is expected out of Andrea. 3 white lights.
Alex Foreman coming up to the platform now. Platform 1.
121 points in class quickly.
Morgan up on platform 2. 122.5 kilos, 270 pounds. So far, all of our lifters are on the board here. None have missed an opener today. Jessica Lynn coming up next right after. 127.5 kilos, 281 pounds. Andy Ho coming up to platform 2, 175. That's a 10-kilo jump from his opener.
It's going to be a very interesting battle here for that 5th place spot between Jessica Yining and Khadija. All 3 ladies currently sitting within 5 kilos from each other, with Jessica in that lead right now as she takes 127.5.
Good lift there for Jessica.
Unfortunately, no lift on platform 1. Ochoa taking a 15-kilo jump to 180 kilos.
Here's Alejandro. Big 15-kilo jump here. This is 396 pounds.
Let's see how Yining responds to Jessica. And the battle is on here for that medal position. The last one that is up for grabs. And again, in this weight class, we have Delaney, Andrea, Ismail, and Ashley solidified in that 1st through 4th spots. Nothing's really changing up how those ladies end up in that order or in those placings, just shuffling the order. However, that 5th place spot between Jessica Yining and Khadija is up for grabs. However, Ismail needs to get something on the board. She took a 7.5-kilo jump after missing that opener. And it looks like she's getting it on the board here. Referees say 3 white lights. And the last of the 3 who are in that battle for the 5th place medal, Khadija, 142.5 kilos. She is sitting in that lower seated slot in that 7th place. However, she does have the heavier deadlift by over 10 kilos. That'll play to an advantage if she can pull for the win. Very nice second attempt.
Good second attempt there from JJ over on platform 1. Here's Narissa looking to get on the board.
Both lifters, platform 1 and 2, need to get something in order to stay and post a total.
And both lifters, after missing their opener, decided to go up after that. Narissa Sullivan, good lift on the board. Chris Yim looking to get on the board here. Delaney Sousley coming up to platform 2, 336 pounds, second attempt.
Now, again, Chris Yim needs this lift. Elected to go up 17.5 kilos to maintain his lead.
A little bit slower second attempt there for Delaney, but again, as expected, rocking the Team USA A7 singlet. Here's Chris looking to get on the board. Looked okay to me. And is going to be on the board there with that. 3 white lights. And after that, we've got an American record attempt. Kevin Wynn, 245.5 kilos. 541 pounds. But before we get there, Andrea Serna taking her second attempt here at 160. Nice 10-kilo jump there. That's going to set her up very, very nicely.
And as it stands, Kevin Wynn is in second place, but after hitting this national record attempt, not only will he pull himself into that first place spot, but he will have a chip advantage. Again, Kevin has a chip from the deadlift event. However, Chris has a chip from the squat event.
That's an American record for Kevin Wynn.
And it's only second attempts there, 3 white lights.
Talk about momentum going into the third. Kevin Wynn on a warpath now. 8
for
for
8.
Morgan. My gosh, Morgan 3 for 3 through deads. She is done for the day.
And she goes 9 for 9 at nationals.
The very first one of the day. Ryan Baugh coming up next. On platform 130 kilos, Jessica Lynn, 132.5 kilos.
This will put Jessica Soda's 317.5 kilos. Unfortunately, that won't go.
Here's Ryan taking his last attempt, 286 pounds.
So Jessica's currently sitting in that 5th place spot. However, Yining is trying to move past that and swap that 6th place for a 5th place and a medal. This will move her total from 310 over to 315. Yining Mao, platform 2 for a medal. And she locks it out, but unfortunately it'll be a no lift. There was downward motion on the bar. And Jessica Lynn retains her 5th place medal, but not without an attempt from Khadija, who is the heavier puller. Only needs a 7.5 kilo increase in order to pull herself into that 5th place and secure a medal at nationals. Khadija, 150 kilos, platform 2. And like that,
locks
she
it
gets
out.
Yep.
There it is, folks.
And waiting on those lifts. Oh, unfortunately, a no lift.
So when you get red lights underneath that no lift, that means that the knees and or the shoulders weren't fully locked out.
Now, Narissa here is trying to move from 10th place over to 6th, jumping over 4 lifters and ending with a 310 kilo total. Huge placement increase here from Narissa on platform 2. Meanwhile, Alex Foreman, 167.5 kilos, getting ready for his 3rd and final lift. And that is a 3 white light lift for Narissa on platform 2, 3 white lights. And Alex Foreman locks it out and gets the down command. Your refs say no lift, 2-1. Big lift for Ismail right now as she looks to extend her position here in that 3rd place spot. Isn't going to be threatening Delaney or Andrea. However, she is provisionally moving into that second place position ahead of Andrea. And Ismail locks it out and is now in your silver medal position as she's successful with 152.5 kilos. We just saw an attempt change for Andrea Serna as she...
What else to expect from the Rob Escalante, the Dr. Rob?
And so now Delaney Sousley doing a victory lap as she is looking to total 375 kilos. Already won this division. What a grind for Sousley.
She does. Oh, no.
I believe she also didn't get her shoulders back there, but that'll be
close.
a no lift. But she is your national champion. Now we have a pull for silver on platform 2. Andrea Serna made an attempt change and is only pulling just enough to match Ismail and win on body weight. How about that? Andrea weighed 0.15 kilos lighter than Ismail and is looking to pull herself into that silver medal position, currently sitting in the bronze. Can our lifter out of Illinois take that second place medal? And she does. Andrea Serna.
Andrea Serna brings it home for Escalate.
There it is. 3 white lights. And what a finish to the Women's Raw Open 48 kilo division. Now Angela Pistilli will kick us off as she opens up the Women's Raw Open 52 class with a 115 kilo deadlift. Now let's move over to platform 1 as we do have our 56 kilo battle going.
We're on to our second flight of deadlifting over on platform 2. Angela Pistilli is going to start that flight off here, 115 kilos.
JJ unfortunately did fall out of reach from threatening Kevin and Chris's first and second place medals. However, he is solidly positioned in that third place bronze medal finish. Regardless of if he pulls this, this will put him in that third place bronze medal. No lift for JJ, however, he does walk away with a 507.5 kilo total and a third place bronze medal finish at Nationals, despite being only 19 years old competing in the Open.
Here's Alyssa, 135 kilos, 297 pounds.
Now, Chris Yim, who secured a squat chip of 208 in the earlier squat event for that third, he is now looking to break Kevin Wynn's national record, which he broke in the second attempt, and he's attempting 248 kilos, trying to steal Kevin Wynn's national record. Again, Chris Yim will not be pulling for the title. However, he is looking to pull for all the records. Again, walking away with the squat record, looking to walk away with the deadlift record. Chris Yim, 248 kilos, national record attempt, platform 1.
546 pounds. Chris Yim.
Chris Yim locks it out, and
there it is. Give it to him, folks. Oh, that's going to be a no lift across the board there. What do you think happened there? I didn't see anything from my end.
Not entirely sure what it was. I mean, it looked like he held control of the bar and got the down command. I'm not sure whether or not the referee actually gave the down command. Again, we can't see the referee's hand. But again, we see more chips going on the bar as we have Kevin Wynn looking to extend his national record, which he still currently owns, as Chris Yim was unsuccessful in taking it back from him. Kevin Wynn looking to do a victory lap, already in that first place position. looking to not only go 9 for 9, not only take the national title, but claim a national record deadlift in the process.
Here's Michelle Opena coming out to her opening lift on platform 1, or platform 2, excuse me, 319 pounds. Kevin Wynn here looks like the bar is still loaded. He's going to go and chip his American record attempt to beat out Chris Yim. He's going to chip that by just a little bit, 253.5 pounds, 253.5 kilos, excuse me.
And yeah, apologize for what I said earlier, but Chris Yim, is currently in the lead, right, with a 553.5 kilo total. And guess what Kevin Wynn will total? 553.5 kilos and win on body weight.
Imagine that, coming down to who makes the more American records.
Again, this is for everything. This is for the 9 for 9. This is for the title. This is for the record. Kevin says, Chris, you can take the squat record, but the title is mine. And what actually happened here is the jury had overturned Chris Yim's deadlift into a good lift.
Oh, wow.
Forcing Kevin's hand
to increase.
This is for everything, folks. This is for the title, for the record.
Here's Kevin. Can he pull ahead? No, it's not going to go.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Yim is your men's Raw Open 56 kilo champion, saved by the jury, which honestly, amazing call because, I mean, if we're being honest, there was nothing wrong with that deadlift.
That call saved him. That call saved him. Absolutely, it did.
So again, Chris Yim, 56 kilo champion.
Wow, what an insane fight, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Yim, Kevin Wynn. What else can you expect? Both knocking down national records, and it came down to who was the bigger dog. Chris Yim is going to come out in front there ahead of Kevin Wynn. And they're going to take us to our last flight of powerlifting for platform 1 here for session 1. John Stevens, opening deadlift, 125 kilos. Dax Davis over on platform 2, going to take his opening pull at 352 pounds. Here's Dax, very easy opener there. 3 white lights, Max Fletcher. Bar is loaded for him, 155.
Now we got Sophia Chaussee on platform 2, 170 kilos. And again, it's very, very tight, this battle, as we got going on with the Women's Raw Open 52. Kingston Cooper and Sophia are tied on forecasted total with 397.5 kilos. However, Sophia is first to go up in the deadlift event, 170 kilos, which will be followed by Kingston Cooper's 177.5. Now it is Kingston Cooper's to answer.
$177.5, 391 pounds.
And the battle is on, ladies and gentlemen, here in the Women's Raw 52 class. Kingston Cooper smokes that opener and gets 3 white lights.
Yep, both of our lifters are in the meet. Wilson Dong, platform 2, 180 kilos, 396 pounds. Ethan Williams going to take his opening attempt on platform 1. The Team 3 class, 60 kilos, 182.5 kilos. A little bit of a shaky opener there for Ethan. A little bit shifty back and forth there, but still able to lock it out smoothly. 3 white lights. Here's Anthony Terracena, platform 2.
And Jonathan Wynn on 1, taking us all the way up to 205 kilos.
Jonathan Wynn, platform 1. Anthony, platform 2. Very strong lift there from Anthony. 418 pounds, 3 white lights.
We're now back to second attempt deadlifts on platform 2. Angela Pisilli taking a 10-kilo jump to 125 kilos.
Angelo Pisilli looking to grab some energy from the audience here as we move on to second attempts over on platform 2. Lazaro James, 463 pounds for him over on platform 1.
And a simultaneous 3 white light lifts for both lifters.
I think they both came off the bar the same as well.
Yeah. And again, Lazaro James is successful with that opening attempt 210-kilo deadlift. He is in striking distance in dethroning Tuan Din from that second place silver medal position. However, a bit too far out of reach for Tristan as things currently stand. However, who knows what may happen, as we just saw with the 56s. But these 60-kilo men have a tough battle with 3 lifters actually 5th, 6th, and 7th place respectively, all tied on total and only separated by body weight.
And you have to look, the only people that are in this flight that have a shot at making anything happen are Jonathan Wynn and Lazaro James. Everyone else is in the subsequent flight over on platform 2. So by the time they're done and the rest of the battle still has to go, like you said, they just have to kind of watch from the bleachers to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yuzhou Zhu, 319 pounds. Stiff and rigid lockout. It's what we like to see. Richmond Shea calling upon the energy of the crowd.
And
496.
And then we got Miss Nadine Rivas on 145 kilos. We've had a lot of support for Nadine on the chat here in the YouTube live stream. If you are watching and want to support and have us shout out any lifter that you are supporting and where you all are watching from, we'd love to make that known to our entire audience. And a national record attempt already on the opener for our Teen 2 lifter, Conrad, going over 500 pounds as a 60, almost. That's incredible. That's almost 4 times body weight as a Teen 2 lifter. Fortunately, a no lift, but it just lost a bit of balance there, but strength was clearly not an issue.
Strong second attempt there. 15-kilo jump for Alicia, which is pretty sizable, especially when you have a lower body weight. The larger jumps that you take relative to your body weight, the harder that's going to feel, especially the closer you get to your max attempt.
And again, on the forecasted total, Alicia pulled herself into that 5th place spot, currently in medal position, but within striking distance of potentially going after Carissa for that bronze medal position.
John Stevens, platform 1. Slower off the floor. Oh, got to the knees, and I think it's just got in the way there. Not able to find his way. That's going to be a no lift for him. But that is going to be a good lift for Marielle. Here's Sharissa, platform 2, going up 7.5 kilos. Strong second attempt there for her.
And again, all Sharissa needs to do is continue hitting her lifts and extend that bronze medal position to make it out of reach for any lifters like Alicia, Marielle, or Madeline, who might be within striking distance of dethroning and claiming that bronze. But for now, in the 52 class, it is a battle between Kingston Cooper and Sophia, who, after hitting their openers, are also tied on total. Again, only separated by body weight.
Here's Melissa's second attempt here, 363 pounds, or 352, excuse me. That's going to be a good lift for her. Good lift there for Noah McMahon.
Smooth, smooth. Team 1 lifter, 3 white lights.
Here's Christy. Oh, gets to the knees.
Was there downward motion?
I think there was. Yeah, she kind of looked at the head judge. She kind of knew it as well.
Again, we'll have one more go at it.
I think the safe 2.5 kilo jump is the move there. Still adding a little bit more to the total, but limiting any possibility of Jonathan win here. Bars loaded for him, 217.5 kilos, 479 pounds. We could very well be knocking on the door of the 500s. We already have gotten there pretty close to it. Good pull there from Jonathan. I think that's okay.
Didn't look like there was any point that was overwhelmingly sticky, just very slow and consistent.
Here's Sophia.
Sophia Chaussee.
Fast, gripping on the smooth as well.
And again, it looks like Kingston Cooper put up a really a bigger jump than Sophia and is pulling into that first place spot and claiming a national record while at it in the second attempt, 190.5 kilos.
Yeah, Sophia's going to need to have a pretty sizable jump going into the second in order to break past that. Kingston Cooper.
And again, high risk, high reward here, trying to go for the record on the second.
That's 12 kilos up. Oh, wow. So that's a national record attempt for Kingston Cooper. Done easy, as nonchalant as it can be. We love it.
So now there
white lights.
There is an 8 kilo spread between the two ladies.
And so with that, Sophia, since she was on the opposite platform, was waiting, they were on the same platform,
yes,
but was
correct.
waiting for Kingston to complete her lift before putting in her next attempt. It looks like Sophia put in 182.5 kilos. That is going to give her...
However, it is not enough because that gives her...
a forecasted total, of 410 kilos. Kingston Cooper, with that attempt that she just completed, no matter what she puts in now, is going to be 0.5 kilos ahead. So Sophia is going to have to make that extra 2.5 kilo jump because she is not going to be going for an American record herself.
So this is where the chip comes into a really big advantage for our lifters. Kingston Cooper only put in 192.5 kilos, looking to extend that lead just a little bit, not push herself over the edge and force Sophia's hand to have to lift 5 kilos now, more than what she put in. So she needs 187.5 in order to pull herself into a 415 kilo total in order to hit the lead. And again, Sophia is the heavier lifter, so she cannot tie Kingston Cooper. She has to exceed her total by 2.5 kilos.
Here's Richmond. 540 pounds. 529, excuse me. 3 white lights. Pretty easy there.
That was just a 4 times body weight deadlift as a 60.
You could have fooled me.
And now we got a national record attempt.
Shaky second there for Anthony Terracena, but he gets it there. 3 white lights. Conrad Fletty. Bull strategy Cotton. Missing 5'7", or what is that, 235. Missing 518 pounds. Going up 200 to...
And it looks like he got it.
Yeah, I'll stop. I'm done.
Yeah,
white
there we
lights.
go.
And that's an American record.
And this is where we're being a deadlift specialist. He comes out of nowhere. He was at the bottom. He was literally in 9th place.
Very bottom.
And then now he hit one lift, one deadlift, and he is now in 6th place with one more lift left to go. Angela Pistilli looking to close out her day with a 12.5 kilo jump, 137.5 kilos, looking to break into the 300-pound deadlift mark.
Strong off the floor, gets it to the knees. Can we get the hips through? Oh, it's not going to look like... Oh, it is!
My gosh, Angela
She
locks
gets
it out.
there.
However,
Is there any
I
up and
do
down?
believe there was downward motion.
Oh, no, there was.
Very, very tough call there. Either downward motion or supporting on the thighs, but...
That was close as you can get, ladies and gents. My gosh. John Stevens, unfortunately, platform 1, not getting that third attempt, so he'll finish out with 125. Max Fletcher now, bar loaded for him. 175 kilos. Yuzhou Zhu. 147.5 kilos. Looked okay to me. Lockout looked
Maybe
a
the
little
lockout.
bit short.
3 white lights. And again, it wasn't in contention for any podium level positions, so just opted to go 3 for 3 and finish out her day with a 325-pound deadlift. Nadine Rivas, 330 pounds now.
Noah McMahon, or sorry, that's going to be a no lift there from Max Fletcher as well. Noah McMahon on platform 1, 182.5 kilos. Here's Nadine. Oh, that's not going to go, unfortunately. Got a little bit off the floor, but not worth the grind. It's not going to move that well. Gives love to the fans for a wonderful performance today. Noah McMahon stands it up and locks it out.
It breaks into 400 pounds. 2-1, good lift.
Here's Madeline Leonard, sat fairly comfortably in the 7th position. Still waiting on Melissa to hit her deadlift. But she stands it up, so that's going to give her a 367.5 kilo total.
And again, that provisionally put Madeline into that 5th place spot. Again, Marielle and Melissa still need to go and hit their deadlifts. However, Madeline is in a winning medal position.
Alyssa here, 341 pounds.
She is a bit too far out to go for Charissa on the bronze medal position. However, she looks to extend her lead in that 4th place spot. And there it is, Alicia Ibarra on platform 2, 3 white lights. It goes 3 for 3 in the deadlift event.
Here's Gavin going up 10 kilos, gets it to the knees, a bit shaky. I didn't see, oh, it looked like he was about to lose grip. Oh, man. It's a good attempt there.
So Marielle is increasing 2.5 kilos. However, she is heavier than Madeline, so this won't change her position at all. She will only be tying Madeline, but losing on body weight. So I'm not sure if that was potentially a mistake from the coaching staff. And I wonder, could she have done 2.5 kilos more
That's a
and
toss-up.
moved into the 5th place spot? However, this lift won't change her position at all, and she will continue being in that 6th place spot.
Yeah, that's going to be a close toss up there, and it really is. Hindsight 2020. We'll never really know. But again, she'll still finish out in 6th in a pretty stacked open 52 kilo class for these ladies. Here's Christy Dang and Jonathan Wynn. Jonathan Wynn not moving there, finishing out with 217.5. Christy Dang gets it off the floor, past the knees, and into lockout. Looked as smooth as can be for me. 352, finishes out, comes back after missing it for the second. Charissa Eichel sat fairly comfortably on either end in the in the 3rd place spot, I do believe, in the open 52 class.
So this is very tough for our lifters in Platform 1. The men's 60 kilo division is split in half, with half of the lifters in Platform 1 and half of the lifters on Platform 2. Our first 5 lifters will need to put up the highest possible total they can to fend off their positions and defend it from the bleachers from the lifters in Platform 2 who have yet to go and are in the next flight. So right now, Lazaro James is in that 1st place position. However, after our lifters in this division hit their openers, he will be bumped over to 2nd, as Tristan Hack currently leads in that 1st place spot.
Here's Lazaro's got to make this in order to solidify himself here. And does. So he keeps himself in the provisional 1st place spot. Like you said, we do have to wait until the next flight lifts. But again, anything can happen. It could be a situation where Lazaro just wins from the sidelines. It could be a situation where Tristan Hake comes back and has a phenomenal deadlift session and takes that spot from him. Tuan Din and Richmond Shea also very close behind.
And again, we have 3 back-to-back record attempts here on Platform 1. We have Kyle Bryan, who will be up first, taking a Teen 2 national record at 242.5 kilos, over 4 times his body weight. 4.3 times his body weight here in the deadlift.
Oh my gosh.
Woo!
Kyler Bryant. Not to be outdone, Dax Davis on Platform 2. Last pull, 177.5 kilos.
Go, Kyler.
That's an American record for Kyler. Richmond Shea.
Now Richmond in the open division also going for a 4 times bodyweight pull. Currently forecasted in that 3rd place spot.
Sophia Chassé, 185 kilos. Big jump here. This is looking, if I'm not mistaken, this is looking to put her ahead of Kingston or give Kingston a run for her money in the open 52 class. Richmond Shea getting set up for the last one, 247.5. We're seeing some attempt changes here. Kingston Cooper. So this is going to let Sophia show this pull, 412.5.
So this won't actually move her into 1st. This is a tie on total. However, she is the heavier lifter.
So if Kingston makes hers, she'll win on body weight.
So I'm not sure what the actual strategy was here, because if Sophia would have hit this lift, she would have tied Kingston Cooper on her current total. However, it would still lose on body weight if Kingston Cooper is successful with this lift.
Yep. And folks, you're seeing this correctly. We've got 2 different national record attempts on either side. Kingston Cooper adding more space. Conrad Fletty as well, trying to add some room between their national attempts. Conrad Fletty, what a lockout. Kingston Cooper, can she get the lockout? She does.
Kingston Cooper, 3 white lights.
2 national records back-to-back. You gotta love it, folks.
And Women's Raw Open Division, Kingston Cooper is your champion with a 412.5 kilos. And I'm looking back at it now, and I understand exactly what Sophia was doing. She was banking on Kingston missing her 3rd deadlift and ending with a 410.5 kilos, and Sophia would be at a 412.5.
Understood. And that's going to wrap up the action for our ladies deadlift and all of our action for the day on Platform 1 here for Session 1. For those of you that are just tuning in for Platform 1, thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you for the rest of our action throughout the rest of this week. We've got Session 2 coming up at 1 p.m., Session 3 later on this evening at 8:30. It's going to be a very stacked day, and we've got more sessions throughout the week, so be sure to tune in. And we've still got action going on Platform 2. So we have one last lifter. Anthony Terracena is going to take his last attempt here at 207.5, and then we're going to go on to our last flight of deadlifters on Platform 2.
We got a full screen view here now, Platform 2. As we have our last lifter of this flight, Anthony. Anthony extending his lead here in the men's Raw Junior 56 kilo division with a 207.5 kilo deadlift.
Oh, a little shaky at the knees there for Anthony. Can he finish it? I think he does. I think he saves it just enough.
Three whites.
Does. 3 white lights. Look at that. Good save there. I was scared that they were going to call him for the shoulders, but he got it just behind the bar just in time. Great, great work there for Anthony Terracena.
And now we are on to our last flight of this entire session. Flight C, Platform 2, Session 1.
Here's Bennett Pike, 145 kilos, 319 pounds.
This final session will crown our men's Raw Junior 60 and men's Raw Open 60. And again, just to highlight that our men's Raw Open 60 got split in half, with Platform 1 and Platform 2 lifters being...
Good lift there for Bennett Pike, 145. We're going to add 10 kilos to that for John Martin's last attempt, or opener attempt, excuse me. Here we go. John Martin McAllenthal, 341 pounds, locked and loaded.
John Martin gets 2-1, good lift. Sean Cortez, 165 kilos, 364 pounds.
$165 kilos, 363 pounds. Sean Cortez, at the moment, sat in 5th place for the junior 60 kilo class. A little bit behind Stephen Dew, bit of a gap there to Nick Tang in 3rd. This is a very stacked junior 60 kilo class. So in order to get that top spot, the lads are going to have to bring their best effort. Grant McClelland up next, 369 pounds. Stephen Dew, 175 kilos, 385 pounds. Steven here, like I said, sat provisionally in 4th place. Once he hits this opener, this is going to put him back on the dot. Beautiful work there for him. 175, very fast.
And again, Steven Du is only sitting 15 kilos behind Nick Tang for that 3rd and 4th place spot, respectively. Again, 15 kilos, if we're talking about deadlifts, that is not that much. I mean, about an attempt can make the difference.
All it takes is a little bit more added to a jump and a lifter missing their attempt, and the door is wide open.
And again, what you don't want to see is Nick Tang trying to overextend himself and trying to chase Noah Garcia and then missing and then allowing Steven Do to take in and swoop that bronze medal.
3 white lights there for Kenny Wong as we go on to Nick Tang here.
Again, it's very difficult to be in situations like Nick right now, as he is not only trying to see if he can chase Noah Garcia and try to swap his bronze for a silver, but also look from behind him and make sure that he doesn't miss any lifts and allow an opportunity for lifters behind him to try to sneak in and allow them to pull for his bronze medal.
Good opener there for Nick Tang.
Very well.
3 white lights there for him. He's got to be careful, though. It looked a little bit short on that lockout there. If it gets a little bit heavier and it gets shaky, it's going to be a tough call for our judges if they want to see those shoulders get behind the bar. Sean Murray, 210 kilos, 463 pounds. He's your current front runner by a very sizable margin here. Forecasted total of 527.5 kilos once he hits this opening deadlift. Here it is. That gives him a 527.5 kilo total ahead of 2nd place, Noah Garcia, which is 497.5 kilos. However, Noah Garcia coming up right next does have the possibility to add a little bit more to his jumps. However, it might be just a bit too outside the range there. That's about 30 kilos you have to make up.
And then just now looking at what Nick put in for his 2nd attempt, he put in 200 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump. Same jump that Steven did, so their spread continues to be 15 kilos. However, Steven's first opening deadlift did look a little faster than Nick's, so let's see how that plays out when we get to the 2nd round of deadlifts.
Good pull there for Noah. A little shaky at the top, so based on how that moved, you can kind of tell where a lifter is going to go, especially if they're in the front running for anything like this. You can tell where they're going to go based on how that opener moves. You can tell if they have any effort left in them to try and shoot and go off plan if they needed to shoot for any of those top spots.
And that concluded the juniors opening round of deadlifts. Now we're moving on to the last 3 open lifters. Tristan going up first, currently forecasted in that 1st place spot.
Golly.
Yep.
All right, so.
And there is currently, with our last few lifters left to go, Tristan already solidified himself in that gold medal position after hitting that opener, bumped Lazaro and Richmond back down to silver and bronze respectively. However, Tuan is sitting 17.5 kilos under Tristan, which can be possible to make up depending on how well Tristan executes his 2nd and 3rd. However, it looks like Tuan will be ending up in a medal position, whether it be silver or bronze, most likely.
Here's Tuan here. Put in 232. Tristan put in 232 and a half, so that's going to give him a forecasted of 580. Tuan Din, good lift there.
And again, I believe Tuan Din will put in whatever he needs in order to just secure the silver on the 2nd and not have to be forced to execute a 3rd in order to claim that silver that is only 10 kilos away.
Yes, based off of whatever he puts in for this next, if he gets a 2nd attempt, he'll automatically slide into that 3rd spot ahead of Richmond Shea.
12.5 kilos should be the appropriate jump.
Kurt Navarro here, California State Chair, 235 kilos, easy opener for him. Still waiting to see what attempt we're going to put in for Tuan.
Tuan put in a 15-kilo jump to 565.
Okay.
So he is looking to threaten Tristan. Jumping 15 kilos, closing that gap just narrowly.
And he's almost banking on Tristan to miss. Otherwise, Tuan's going to have to make a pretty sizable jump, about 20 kilos, in order to get within striking distance. Bennett Pike here, 10 kilos up, 155 kilos. Bennett sat pretty comfortably at the rounding out our flight here in 8th position. Strong second there from Bennett. Here's John Martin coming up next. 5-kilo increase here, 60-kilo body weight. Giving love to the spotters and loaders. I always love seeing that. They're putting in all the work to make sure that you're lifting successfully, safely, and efficiently. It's always good to show them a little bit of love back. John Martin getting the slack pulled out of that bar. You see the bend already as he starts to pull. Very strong. 3 white lights. Coming up next, Grant McClelland. We are cruising on to our second attempts here. Two and a half kilo increase from the first to second is one of the, that is on the smaller end of the weight range increases. It could be very possible that we're just kind of inching forward where there's maybe some underlying goal records that we're shooting for. You never know.
And again, there is an opportunity for Grant to move up in position, moving from 7th to 6th. This lift will tie John Martin on total.
It's very fast.
Yeah, it has a little bit more left in the tank. I'm not sure if it might have been like a timeout thing or some other strategy, but there's a bit more
That's
than 2.5.
very possible. Maybe they timed out their attempt, and when you do that, you automatically put in 2.5 kilos.
Yeah. And again, if you fail to...
Folks, we've got the fire alarm going. But I think we're going to keep on commentating. We're going to go as is. Sean Cortez, 180 kilos.
False alarm, I believe.
We're just going to keep the trainer rolling. We've got the fire alarm going. Doesn't look like anything is canceled, but... Oh.
Gino.
Hold on a second. We do have a pause on the platform here once Sean Cortez hits this.
So I believe the platforms are still rolling. believe that we are okay.
Okay, I think we're good to go. Fire alarm stopped. Let's keep the engine rolling.
Kenny Wong, 200 kilos.
No pun intended, keeping the engine rolling.
That is a 3 white light lifter on platform 2. We apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for that.
It's always a fun time here
potentially
at Raw
false
Nationals,
alarm,
folks.
but
For a literal false alarm.
yeah,
actually.
yeah.
All right. Anyway, we are back. Nick Tang here, second attempt, 200 kilos, 440 pounds.
There it is, very well executed deadlift there. Nick Tang, 200 kilos, 12.5 kilo jump.
Sean Murray's coming up next, 480 pounds.
So Nick Tang has a really unique opportunity here. So he is now currently only 7.5 kilos away from Noah Garcia, should Noah be successful with his second attempt deadlift. So he is within striking distance in potentially swapping his bronze for a silver. But again, he has to look behind his back at Stephen Doe, who is currently only 15 kilos away and is putting in a jump here to try to potentially sneak into that podium level spot.
Lift is good there for Sean Murray, 220 locked in. Noah Garcia coming up next here, 230 kilos.
And again, like we mentioned, Noah Garcia is simply trying to extend his position in the second place, trying to fend off Nick Tang from putting it out of reach and making him stick with his bronze.
Now, Nick Tang looks like he put in a number there. Very possible. Now, that is a smaller jump from first to second than it is to second to third, so it's very possible that that's a lower number. We could always see an attempt change. He's only 7.5 kilos behind, so based off of what Noah does here, should he make this and put an attempt in, Nick Tang's folks could always put in another attempt that would mimic the jumps that he already made, which would, in my opinion, look more realistic.
I believe if Noah hits this lift, that'll put it a little out of range for Nick.
It's
See
there.
what the refs say on the potentially knee on the lockout, but 3 white lights.
He's good.
So yeah, and with that, the totals are shaping out a little bit definitive on where the placings might be. Sean Murray is running away with it with a 537.5 kilo forecasted. If he's successful, he'll go up all the way up to 550. So that is out of range for any of the other lifters. However, we are now in the open with Tristan trying to extend that first place position. This will put his total at 580 kilos if successful.
Good work there for Tristan. Gives him a 580 total. Tuan Din's coming up next. Currently with a 550 kilo total. This is going to give him a 565 total, just 15 kilos behind Tristan. Now, there's always the possibility that Tristan misses this. Tuan Din puts in another 15 kilos and wins. Actually, would not win on body weight. Tristan is the lighter lifter in that regard.
Tuan would need 17.5 kilos
That's right.
in order to beat Tristan on total.
Ooh, Tuan Din. I heard that trap slap from all the way back here. Tuan Din here also gripping on the smooth as well. And when we say that, the knurling on the bar, which is the grippier part, is the shinier part, you could say, on the bar. The darker parts in the middle there is the smooth. There's no grip there. So gripping on that knurling, it's a little extra strength there. I can always respect it.
Those were all good attempts there. Now we got Kurt Navarro.
No lift on 3. Here
Kurt Navarro.
This will move him from 8th place over to 6th if successful with the second attempt. Again, Kurt slowly creeping his way up into that third medal position here. This will move him into 6th place. Gets that down command.
All right, folks, we're here. We are on our last round of deadlifting for session 1 here, platform 2. This is where things start to shake. This is for all the marbles here. Kevin and I are going to be taking a Hawkeye's view at the LiftingCast to be sure if there's any LiftingCast changes for attempts, we will be giving you those as soon as they come in. First up, Bennett Pike finishing his day, adding 2.5 kilos to his total, 425.
This flight will crown our junior and men's open raw 60 kilogram divisions.
Bennett gets
wow,
to the
what
knees.
a smooth third attempt there.
Oh, look at the shoulders. I wonder if there was a little bit of a hitch. I saw a little bit of a shrug there. 2 to 1. That's going to be a good lift. John Martin's coming up next. 165 kilos, 363 pounds.
And again, isn't in contention in a medal, but just kind of shuffling around position with John and Grant. Again, John is currently sitting 7.5 kilos above Grant, looking to extend that lead and put it out of range for Grant to sneak into that 6th place position, which John currently holds.
£363 here. John Martin, McAllen's Hall. Very strong pull. I like what I see there. 437.5 kilo total. That's going to be the end of the day for John Martin. So far, all of our lifters in this flight have made all of their pulls. This is what we want to see. The second a lifter misses theirs, changes the game.
So now we have Sean, who is looking to pull himself from 5th over to 4th and knock out Stephen Doe provisionally. Again, Sean is currently sitting with a forecasted total of 477.5 kilos, which Stephen currently sits at a 475. So again, this is a pull to swap his 5th place for a 4th. And there you have it, folks. Sean Cortez is now sitting in your 4th place spot. Now we got another shuffle in position here. Grant McClelland is looking to move himself from 7th over to 6th to knock out John Martin. And again, nothing but good lifts over for this men's raw junior division in the 60s. 0 missed deadlift attempts thus far. However, this is a 20 kilo jump. Fortunately, it will not go, and Grant McClelland will stay in that 7th place spot.
Stephen Doe up next. 195 kilos, 429 pounds.
And we saw what Sean did to Steven in knocking him out of that 4th place spot. And Steven said, no, this isn't your time. He is now in 5th, looking to move himself back into that 4th place spot, which he was currently in before the 3rd attempt. Again, he is out of range from attempting a 3rd place pull. However, he is looking to move himself from 5th over to 4th.
Oh, Stephen Doe. Tough grab there. Good save by the spotters and loaders.
Fortunately, he's still in a medal winning position, landing himself in 5th place at Raw Nationals.
Here's Nick Tang, 205, 451 pounds. Oh, can he get there? Can he get there? He gets past the knees. Oh, very close. 2-1. Or sorry, no lift there.
And now we are moving over to the Open. We still have a few more juniors left to go. However, first up in the Open, we have Kenny Wong with a 225 kilo deadlift 3rd attempt.
This is a big jump here, 25 kilos. From 441 pounds to 496 pounds.
And again, this is a pull from 10th all the way up to 5th. This will put him at a 545 kilo total, knocking out Conrad down to 6th and everyone else down 1 placement. Swapping his 10th for a medal. Let's see it, Kenny. Yeah, unfortunately, that won't
be a no
go.
lift there. That was going to be a big jump regardless. We've only got 5 lifters left here in this flight before we round out our coverage for session 1 of USA Powerlifting Youth and Raw National Championships.
And everyone is gunning for Conrad's 5th place medal. Again, Conrad finished out his meet because he was in platform 1, so he's watching from the bleachers.
He's the guy to beat.
And Sean Murray is now looking to move himself into a forecasted 550 kilo total if successful.
Could also see an attempt change from Kurt Navarro as well. Sean Murray stands it up and finishes.
And Sean Murray is now in 5th place, bumping out Conrad down into 7th, with Kurt Navarro currently sitting in 6th. Potentially expecting an attempt change for Kurt Navarro.
He has the chance to do the funniest thing ever.
But for now, we are moving back to the juniors as Noah Garcia is moving over here on your junior division, 235 kilos. And then one thing to note from our previous lifter, Sean Murray is the junior who won and is now in that 5th place spot. So 1st place in the juniors and 5th place in the Open.
Strong pull, gets it to the knees. That's it. That's a lockout, folks.
Was there a yellow card? Red
2-1.
card there.
That's a good lift.
2-1. That is all you need. Noah Garcia, your silver medalist in the men's Raw Junior 60 kilogram division, transitioning over to the men's Raw Open. Tristan with a bit of a victory lap here.
242.5, 535 pounds.
See, but this is risky because if he misses this lift and Tuan hits, Tuan wins with a 2.5 kilo, by 2.5 kilos. If he misses this, he is stuck at 580, and if Tuan hits, he will move to 582.5. So are these 10 kilos necessary?
Is that a good idea?
Are these 10 kilos necessary? Should he have just jumped 5 or 2 to force Tuan's hand, or does he feel like he has 10 more in him?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now it's going to be a tricky call here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got to wait for those referees.
3 white lights. Ladies and gentlemen, what a call that was.
And what a comeback, too, going 1 for 3 in the squats, then finishing out his meet 3 for 3 in bench and 3 for 3 in the deadlift. Tristan, your men's Raw Open 60 kilogram champion. Now we got Kurt Navarro. As we anticipated, we have a change here. Kurt Navarro is now walking out to hit 545 kilos for his total, if successful, with 252.5. Looking to move from 7th over to 6th. Again, not making an attempt change to try to pull for that 5th place. However, just looking to extend his position and move over to 6th. Unfortunately,
Here's
that won't
Kurt
go
Navarro.
for Caro.
What a grind.
And for our last and final lift of the session, we have a pull for the win.
Tuan Din just put in he put in a 27.5 kilo increase from his third, currently at 565. If he gets this, that's going to put him at a 592.5 kilo total, just inching out Tristan Hake. This is a shot for the win. Talk about the Knicks in game 4. And this is a buzzer beater decision here for Tuan Din.
And again, Tuan can't tie on total. He has to beat him on total because he is the heavier lifter. Tuan Din for the win, 27.5 kilo jump.
Here's the free throw. Waiting for the shot.
He shoots.
He shoots. He does not score, unfortunately, off the rim. Tuan Din, what a run that was. And what an attempt, dude. You have to make that here. This is Nationals.
He was the final lifter. He was the final attempt, so nobody was threatening his silver medal. Does walk away with that silver medal finish at Nationals.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We are all set and done for our coverage of Session 1 here for 2026 Raw Nationals. We're going to give a quick run through of the standings, and we're going to get you out of here. Starting off with our women's Raw 48 kilo class. Who else but Delaney Sousley? Delaney Sousley, multiple-time national champion, looking to add one more notch to her belt. Andrea Serna, Ismael Nunez, what a battle between those two. Coming down to the very last deadlift, Andrea Serna, Coach Rob with Escalate Training, making the quick change at the very end, making the total match 357.5 kilo, giving Andrea Serna the win on bodyweight. Going into our 52 kilo class, Kingston Cooper and Sophia Chaussee. What a battle between those two as well. Again, coming back down to the very last deadlift, Kingston Cooper having to hit an American record twice in order to keep that lead. 412.5 kilos to Sophia Chaussee's 402.5 kilo total. And then Charissa Ickle followed out by Alicia and Madeline in 4th and 5th.
Now moving over to the men's Raw 52 class, Alec Anthony De Jesus from Chicago, winning with a 402.5 kilo total, followed by Sean Meggie with a 292.5 kilo total, and then Ryan running at that podium finish with a 290 kilo. Close battle there between Sean and Ryan, 2.5 kilos separating the two men in the 52 class. Chris Yim, and what a battle it was in the 56 class. Chris Yim winning with a 553.5 kilo total. Multiple chips took that squat record at 208 and the deadlift record at 248 kilos. Rounding out that win, Kevin Wynn with a 545.5 kilo total, also taking a chip with that record that he initially took, but then was later reclaimed by Chris Yim. And then JJ over in that podium level position, running at that third place finish with a 507.5 kilo total.
For our men's Raw 60 kilo class, we definitely saved the best for last, in my opinion. I think this was the coolest battle of the day from all of our lifters. Coming from the top spot, Tristan Hake just keeping a stronghold on his position, not really giving up a whole lot. He had a rough go on squat, only getting that opener, saved himself and kept a clean rest of the meet, giving himself a solid gap between himself, Tuan Din, and Lazaro James. Tuan Din, we saw, just try to pull for the win, and what a pull it was, what an attempt it was. Unfortunately, nothing doing there. It's going to keep him at 565.5 there. Lazaro James is going to round out that podium, 560 kilos. Richmond Shea, Sean Murray, Conrad Fletty, all of them deserve their flowers for an excellent battle in the men's Raw 60 kilo class, and for providing all of our viewers at home for a show. And we want to thank you very, very much from the bottom of our hearts for tuning in today to day 3 of USAPL Nationals, day 1 of Raw National Championships. And we have session 2 starting up here in a few short minutes. So if you're wanting to tune into the action later on today, be sure to check out USA Powerlifting on the YouTube. Want to give another quick shout out to A7 for presenting our meet for this week. And before we sign off, my name is Nick Stevens.
And I'm Kevin Serrano.
And we will see you here shortly. Have a great rest of your day.